I'm live. Am I live? Let me see. Yeah. I think so. Good on. Good morning. I think I'm live. It's hard to tell with software. All right. I'm going to have a look at BTC, TRVL, Polkadot, AVAX, and Radian this morning. And then if I've got anything else, if I've got a bit of time, I'll look at some other things. I do have a little bit of time today, actually. So I might have a just kind of doss about, check some other things out. Yes. Let's have a look at some things. I'm going to start in about 5 minutes. So the other thing I was looking at was on my X account. They've got, where is it? I've got some bookmarks. So if I see anything interesting, I just bookmark it. I wanted to have a look at these as well. It's quite interesting, some people's takes on some certain things. Yeah. Starting with let's have a look at these images that I've collected over the last few days or so. What does that look like? I looked at this one, didn't I? That was Doge, yeah. FET. Just have a look at that. All right, really interesting. ETH. This guy's target is 8,000. Not sure why. I like this one actually. This is actually really nice. I've done this before, this kind of technique. That being said, he's got a target of 300,000. So it's something I'm going to look at. This one. Let me put it into my index. Image being pasted is way too large. All right. Okay, how would I do this? Maybe not that better. Gonna have a look at that. Bitcoin quantile model and 225 playbook. If you model Bitcoin's probability space using quantile regression model, you can identify 3 distinct zones: cold, warm, and hot. Can't read it. Oh, here it is. Bitcoin spends exactly 1/3 of the time in each zone. For the end of 2025, these zones are cold zone, warm zone, hot zone. I literally have no idea. No idea. So we've already spent don't know how these guys come up with these charts. I don't know. It's really hard to know. I Can't really do anything with that. It's interesting, but I can't do anything with that. What about this one? Well, according to this, we should be going up. We should be, yeah? According to this. He's put a target of 750. Oh my god. He's buying under the radar alts. Let's have a look what he has to say actually. It's quite interesting. The crypto market always moves in predictable cycles, and recognizing them is key to maximizing your profit. Each cycle unveils unique trends shaped by various factors like investor sentiment, global adoption, regulatory shifts, and geopolitical influence. Okay, it's not really giving us any new information. What's this one? Historically, BTC kicks off 180 days after the halving and reaches its peak 480 days later, and we're now 180 days past the 2024 BTC halving, meaning the parabolic growth could begin at any moment. He's got a target of 500k. He's gone from 500 to 5,000 to 50 to 500. Look at that. It's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting. Let me copy that. I'm interested in this one. I'll keep that over here. Let's have a look at that. The fourth quarter has consistently been the strongest period for crypto, and this year will be no different. He's very sure of that. Besides the historic pattern, several bullish factors are also at play. US election, rate cuts, $16 billion FTX payout, reversal of crypto ban in China. We are here. Let's have a look where we are. So he thinks that we're going to have it's not very clear, is it? In 2016 and 2020, all it took was the following right narratives and buying altcoins before the uptrend phase kicked off. Today, we're already entering the next uptrend phase, but there's still time to accumulate the most promising alts before the run. It's basically Wyckoff accumulation, Wyckoff distribution. That's what this is, with a buying climax and a failed rally. So I do see a lot of accumulative patterns on altcoins at the moment. So it is possible. We haven't had the significant. We haven't had signs of strength on all the coins yet. Decentralized artificial ecosystem. And now he's promoting his own coins. Well, I've only got 2 of them. 3. It's better than none. That's a wrap. Right. Let's see what else is there. This is this guy's game plan. He thinks there's going to be a blow off top by December, and it should reach 199k. Right. He's not using the log scale, he's using a normal scale. I'll have a look at that too. It's quite interesting to have a look at these things. Okay, that didn't work. Free images to look at. Badger, in real life, what effects do you think the US elections will have on the price movement? Well, I mean, I guess it depends who wins, huh? I think if Trump wins, it's crazy bullish, and I think if the Democrats win, not as bullish, but whatever happens, there's probably going to be a little bit of uncertainty just before the election. The uncertainty is what causes the markets to pull back. Markets hate uncertainty, so if we're going to get a pullback, it's going to be because of uncertainty. It's going to be FUD, isn't it? Fear, uncertainty, and doubt. That causes people to sell a little bit just in case, but everything else in the charts is giving us bullish indication on a higher time frame. So I'm just going by the technicals. I'm not really too worried about the election. I think it will matter who wins depending on how far we get, how high we get. Whatever happens, I think there's going to be a bull run because it's got something to do with supply and demand. But depending on how far we get, how high we get, will depend on who wins the election. So I think if the Democrats win, it's possible we have a bull run, but we're going to have like mediocre gains, mediocre peaks, and maybe then we will only get to like whatever 100, 150, whatever it gets to, but it'll be less. And then I think if Trump somehow wins, then we're probably going up to crazy numbers, probably just because of the hype and the madness and especially what he's been talking about with regards to making the US dollar a reserve currency backed by Bitcoin. He's been talking about that. So there's going to be a lot of bullishness when it comes to Trump winning. But I think that will just to do with the targets, really. But I mean, I'm obviously going to have a look at all of these things. I'm just going to quickly have a look and see. This guy is suggesting that we are going to, every single time it's got to the pink zone, he's saying the pink zone here is between 189 and 733 and 245. It's hard to know. Like, it's like from before, you don't, like when the price was kind of trending here, did people know? I don't know. It's really hard to know how far. But it has, you know, look, if you look at it, it's always gone to the pink zone eventually. And at the moment, the pink is somewhere between 250, isn't it? So it's quite interesting. It's a log price versus time linear log plot generated today. Something I noticed about this is that the price does kind of linger around this fair value for a period of time before it explodes. And usually the explosion is to do with something, isn't it? Last time it was COVID, wasn't it? Maybe this time it's Trump. Let's have a look at this. And then everyone was going to say, we told you so. Yeah. You have a large holding of Quanex, and thanks for your work there. No worries. TRVL seems undervalued. You use it in every day, right? TRVL is undervalued, definitely, and it's undervalued mainly because I'll talk about TRVL. But in a gist, TRVL is undervalued because there's actually no use for the token. So I haven't really gone deep into Quanex, to be honest with you. I've just bought some on the exchange. I haven't done anything with it. I should probably go and try and stake it or something. and kind of do a little bit more research and deep dive. But I think the problem with TRVL is at the moment it's very speculative. It's speculative value based on the promise of a future to come. Yeah. And so you can see what's being built on the Dtravel website. You can go and read about everything. The token, you can have a look at the token and the protocols. Let's have a look quickly, learn more. And look, you see active operator rewards, yes, that's true. Payments, yes, and then the rest is in progress. So they have a lot of ideas which they're building, and part of the reason why the token is undervalued right now is because it hasn't been built. It's building, it's in the process. And so if you look at the documentation, is it documentation? Yeah, this is it, the documentation. This is really where you get the deep information of what's going on. The light papers, these are all important. So you can start there, updated recently, have a look at, I think it's important to read through the whole lot, to be honest with you. So I've read through it many times, and so I fully understand what's being built. And obviously I'm in the well, not obviously, but I'm in the business. I'm an Airbnb superhost, so I know the problems that exist in the short-term rental industry. Also I'm a crypto believer, and so kind of I've combined my experience and my knowledge to fully support this project. And it's a DAO as well, even though it hasn't come to the final iteration of being a DAO, because that has to be coded where token holders have governance value. That hasn't been done yet. So there's a lot of things that haven't been done. The staking hasn't been done. And once all of that stuff gets coded and released, then you're going to start getting actual value. And then it's going to be basically in line with what's being proposed here, the tokenomics model. So this is it, I think. This one or this one. One of these. Oh, that's it. So they've proposed this ecosystem, and it's an economy, isn't it? It's an economy. It's economy based on their native token TRVL, and fundamentally, you're merging a decentralized physical network, which is all these different properties located around the world. So if you go to the web app, you can have a look at them. Let's go to Dallas. Let's have a look. And actually, if you just kind of click on the map, you can zoom out and you can actually have a look at the world. You can have a look at the world. If I get rid of the world, if I just get rid of that, just search, you can actually see the world. And this is a physical network that's being built. Yeah, it's growing organically at the moment. And so what you've got is, slowly but surely, you've got this you've got these nodes, these physical nodes joining the Dtravel network, and that's being connected by TRVL and this tokenomics model that's being built. So it's the beginning of something that's hopefully going to be game changing, because you're not going to have, it's all decentralized, isn't it? It's not centralized. There's no Airbnb, there's no booking.com, there's no intermediary. And so the great thing about this is that if you want to book here in Slovenia, you click on that, there you go, it's sending me directly to their site. At the moment, their site is hosted on Dtravel. You can actually have it hosted outside of Dtravel and have some kind of widget which connects to Dtravel. So here, this is direct. This is their site. This is their business. This is someone's actual business in Slovenia with a UK flag on their dining room. This is nice. It's a nice property. How much is it? Oh, it's not cheap. It's quite a big one actually. Look, it's lovely. Sea view penthouse and spa. That's lovely, yeah. Let's check the availability for a family. Yeah, look, it's got quite good availability if you want to go New Year's. You can go New Year's if you want. Book it for New Year's. £2,947. It's not cheap, but usually it will be cheaper than Airbnb, usually. Yeah, and that's the point, because if you pay on Airbnb, you're paying an extra. This is booking.com. Actually, booking.com is more expensive. So booking.com, it's that minimum of 20%, and they've got an Airbnb profile too. So if Airbnb is 15% minimum, and so here you're saying, look, it's already calculated, you're saving £412 by booking directly. And the reason why is because you're not paying the fees. They've just passed on the fees to the guests. So I think there's a market for this, for people who are looking for slightly cheaper travel, willing to do it directly. And the great thing is that the insurance package, the guest screening insurance package, is as good as, if not better than, Airbnb. So there's potential here, and it's a DAO as well. It's a decentralized application which is going to just exist in the cloud, in the blockchain. And hopefully what will happen is, as the network grows, as you get more and more properties growing and adding to this network, and they will, because it's not exclusive, it's not mutually exclusive. You don't have to be on this and then delete your Airbnb and delete your booking.com. You can be on everything. You can be on all three. You can be in Google Vacations. You can be in Verbo. And it's all connected together with, usually with a channel manager, which most hosts, professional hosts, will pay for, and which syncs their calendars together, so there's no double bookings. And I can imagine a future where most properties will have a direct booking, a direct listing, just like a lot of small shops, small businesses have a Shopify, kind of similar, except Shopify is centralized and this is decentralized. But the real kind of the value is going to come when we, in a sense, gamify the network. And this is all gamified, isn't it? Staking to earn rewards, to reduce fees, users staking to boost rewards, to reduce fees, travelers. And so this is the first part, isn't it? And this is being built now. And I think once that is kind of, once we start seeing different releases of this, and as the network grows, that's going to bring a lot of value to the token, because at the moment I've been sitting on my tokens for a long time, and it's just gone down. Huh? I you know, like, I started accumulating here, really. Actually, I bought and I sold, but I've been following this from day one, and I started accumulating here and sold, and then as it was coming down I started accumulating. I didn't sell as it came up, and I've been accumulating again. So I've just been accumulating, because I'm actually a believer, a long-term believer in this project. And I can see now also the price, for me, the price, it's looking quite stable. It's a very low market cap project, so I don't really think it's going to go down that much anymore. When you look at the market cap of the project, look, it's $13 million. It's not much. And for the work that they've done, if you see that they've created an app that works, that I've used and tested, and I've shown it. I mean, I don't think I've shown you. Maybe you've not seen it, but I'm a user. I'm a host. I'll show you. And so I think you should do your own research. Like, I don't really want to. I'm not trying to show my token, or the token that I believe in. But I've been involved, and naturally I want to kind of share my experience and knowledge with the world. Let me just show you. I'll show you my back end. And I've shown this before in different videos, and you may have seen it, you may not have seen it, but so I've got 3 properties, 3 listings. This is my back end. Yeah, actually one of them is delisted. This middle one is delisted. I had 3, it's now 2. This one is blocked, this middle one. And here you see that's a 1-bedroom apartment. And look at the earnings. And this is real world value that I've actually used, transacted through Dtravel. Yeah, this is actually being processed through Dtravel. New reservations, you see that? This was the other one. This is no longer listed. I actually sold it, and so that did quite well. And this is outside of Airbnb. This is outside of Booking.com, and this is my other one. Actually, I've actually not had a booking on Dtravel on this one. So it's a real business, and in a sense, it's actually transformed my business. Yeah, and I don't. Before Dtravel, I never used to take direct bookings. It used to just be through Airbnb, and I realized that there's a lot of people who want a direct book. Either they're repeat customers, or they're referred to from friends or from colleagues, or they just ask for a discount. And if they do ask for a discount, I just say, if you want a discount, just book directly. Yeah, so it's no skin off my nose, and this is adding value to Dtravel, but the real value will come when this is built, and this is being built. So what they've actually, our task is much more difficult than a lot of different other projects, because we're building a real world network too, and a lot of these people aren't interested in crypto. A lot of these owners, the proprietary owners, they have no knowledge of crypto. So we're building a real world network, and also Dtravel have taken it upon themselves to try and pioneer technology, and they've been building an AI agent too. It's very primitive right now. It's the beginning, and so they've been doing a lot of work which is not adding any value to the token. None of this is adding any value to the token. The real value will come eventually when this is actually built, and also as the network grows, and as the users grows and the travelers grows and the bookings increase, then you're going to get more value because you're going to get activity. And this is just one aspect as well, because part of what they're building is also something else, and this is what most people don't understand. The Night Protocol. The Night Protocol is an innovation. Yeah, and the light paper's there. Most people have no idea what any of this means, because most people who are like investors, they're not in the business, or they haven't had exposure to the challenges and the real world problems that exist in the short-term vacation rental industry. And so Dtravel consists of industry experts who want to solve these problems. Yeah, so we're trying to solve a problem with the blockchain, with this idea of an open protocol called the Night Protocol. And the Night Protocol's native gas will also be TRVL. So TRVL will be a multi-use token eventually down the line. So everything that you're seeing now is speculative for the future, and the more and more people that me or others can get interested in what we're building, the faster it's going to be, the quicker it's going to be, because it's a startup, isn't it? And this is an innovation, and it releases. So if for example TRVL was trading at $1 or $5 or $10, yeah, that would release the Dtravel team, to spend more money and to invest more and hire more developers, do all that kind of stuff. So just like any business, the funding has come from the crypto capital markets. They've had like 3 rounds of funding. I think they had 2 rounds of funding initially when they launched. So I think they've got it here. If you go to the tokenomics, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Let me find it. Is it there? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So I think there's a chart here. Yeah. So initially when they launched, they had 2 strategic sales, And so when the token was launched onto the 4 exchanges, the centralized exchanges, I believe the original token was sold at 2 cents. Yeah, it was launched on the exchanges at 9 cents, but it was sold to the investors, the original investors, at 2 cents. And that's all that money, all those tokens are in distribution now, or in circulation. Yeah, because all those investors have now sold and bought back their tokens. And so that was the initial capital fundraising event when the token was launched onto Gate.io, KuCoin, Bybit, and Mexi. And then since then, you've got this vesting schedule, which rewards the contributors and advisors with with a vesting. So that's basically a large portion of their payment of their salary will come in tokens in the future. And actually it started. So you can actually see here that where are we now? We're in October. You can see actually slowly but surely the contributors and advisors are getting their tokens until they eventually get it. It's fully released by the end of 2027. And then the rest of the tokens are going into these 3 funds: the Growth Fund, the Foundation Reserve, and the Community Treasury. Now, the Foundation Reserve, I think it's never going to be touched. It's just kind of to secure the future of Dtravel. And the Growth Fund is for marketing and for growing Dtravel. So I think, and then you've got the Community Treasury. I'm not quite sure exactly specifically what the usages of each are, but they're both kind of growing Dtravel. And so Dtravel launched a community growth program recently. I think it was at the end of August, and it came from that fund. So the tokens that are being rewarded to people are coming from those funds. And so this is the thing that might scare people, but actually it's not scary. This is just the way startups in Web3 survive, actually, to begin with. And the value, the investment is coming from the community, who understand what they're building and then slowly invest more and more. And that's where the capital's coming from initially. And then beyond that, I think Dtravel has raised money from Borderless Capital. So there was a funding round. Borderless, let me find it. There it is, Borderless Capital. This happened this year. I think, I'm not sure how much they bought, to be honest with you. And I know for a fact that the tokens that they bought are locked up as well. So there's a vesting on their tokens too. So they invested in Dtravel earlier this year. So we haven't really had much investment, to be honest with you. And I think one of the reasons why is because there was a strategic decision for Dtravel not to sell tokens in the lows. And so naturally we are in the lows. You know, when you look at the initial launch price was 2 cents, and we've kind of bottomed out 3 times at about 2 cents. So we are in the lows, and right now we're trading at 4 cents. So we're about 100% or 50, is it 50% or 100%? Let me see, 100% away from the lows. But people like me and people who are investing, you can invest for the crypto bull market, that's fine. And I think on the back of the news releases like Fetch, AI, and all the other things that are coming, this will probably pump. I'm not sure how much, and this is kind of what we're doing, which we're trying to determine how far it can go and where it finds resistance. And I think it's largely to do with Bitcoin, because if you see a kind of mediocre Bitcoin rally, everything's going to be mediocre. But if we see a crazy Bitcoin rally, like a really crazy Bitcoin rally, then everything's going to go crazy. Everything, pretty much. And I think it's going to be largely to do with Bitcoin. But with a token like this, it won't be very difficult to get to the all-time high or to high numbers very quickly, because it's such a small market cap. So $13 million is really tiny. If Bitcoin starts going up to $150,000, I can easily see this 10xing at least, 10xing. That'll put us at 40 cents, 50 cents. And then maybe it could push higher depending on the sentiment of the market and retail and all these kind of things, because it's still low numbers. So to go from 13 million to like a 20x, isn't it, to 200, say $250 million. $250 million in crypto is not that much. You're looking at a 20x, aren't you? Something like a 20x. That will take us all the way back up to about $1 in 20x. And the all-time high is at 1.5. So I'm quite interested. I think it's quite easy to do. And also I think the chart is looking quite nice. I like the chart. Look at the higher time frame. I like that we've held these lows, and forget that wick. That's a low liquidity wick from Bybit. That wick doesn't exist on the combined chart or these other exchanges. It's just the Bybit wick, because someone just market sold and there wasn't enough liquidity so it went all the way down there. If you look at the lows, we actually put in our all-time low last year in October here, and this time round we haven't actually taken the low, so we've actually held a higher low. That's actually, I think that's quite bullish, holding a higher low, coming all the way back down, holding a higher low. And then what I've been talking about with in my recent videos of TRVL is the change in market structure on this TRVL Bitcoin chart. And I think that's the most bullish thing so far. And so I'm just looking at it now. It's quite interesting because I can see now we've actually taken out that high. All right, take care, mate. All right. Well, I mean, the video is here. You can come back and watch it. I'll continue. So this is quite interesting. Look, so we've actually, it looks like we've taken out that higher on KuCoin. Look at that. So I would say that that is a market structure change, as long as we don't take out the low. Look at this. This is quite interesting. So yeah, look at this. So yesterday, look, yesterday we actually took out this high. It's a swing failure, but that's really good, because that means that this is our higher low and that's our higher high. We've just put in another higher high. Okay, and then when you look at the weekly time frame, what does that that's basically what I suggested. I suggested that with another higher high here, you have a weekly market structure change. It looks like it, doesn't it? That's a higher high. Which lower low do you take? Probably this one. And that's a higher high. We're in the week of a higher high, and that's already happened. So we have a market structure change here. So now I don't want to see on Bitcoin this pivot taken. Let me just kind of clarify the pivot. Yeah, probably this one. Let's see what that looks like on the week. Yeah, this one. So this is really important now. So we're in a bullish market structure on the weekly time frame, because we've just put in a higher high against Bitcoin, and we want this trend. This is the first time this has happened. We've never had this in the whole of TRVL against Bitcoin. We've never had bullish market structure. It's very discreet. It's very discreet change. You can almost miss it, not realizing what's happened. And it only happened because of how crazy we sold off. Like, this was a crazy sell-off, and we just kept on putting lower lows and lower highs, lower lows, lower high, lower low, until we snapped out of it to put a higher high. This is our higher low, and we've just had a higher high. And so we're in bullish market structure now on the weekly time frame. And I think this is the first time this has happened. So we've had a change of market structure on the daily time frame, and just by the price being bought to take out that high, we've got bullish market structure on the weekly time frame. This is really bullish, and we've never had this. This is really exciting, actually. So I guess you could argue, well, what's the next time frame? What's the next market structure? Well, that's, you know, you have to work your way up, isn't it? The next one would be the monthly time frame, but that's a much higher time frame market structure that needs to be changed. That's going to take a few months to achieve. Yeah, so you can see here, that's the lower low, this is the lower high, this is the lower low. So on the monthly time frame, if we go all the way up to there, that will be a higher high, higher low, higher high, and that would be a monthly time frame market structure change. Okay, so you just have to work your way through it, but I mean, we've never actually had a weekly time frame market structure change. So I think that's exciting. I'm really excited. I am excited. I don't know if I look excited, but and I think this is really bullish, what this price action that we're experiencing here. And then again, it all kind of ties into what I'm saying, that the utility of TRVL hasn't yet been released, and so a lot of this is based on all of the other work that's achieved, and the other work is this work, this traveler, this search engine, the AI development. That's the beginning, not the end. This is the beginning, not the end. The on-chain bookings, the real world value that's being brought into the Dtravel network, this is real. And then if you go to Telegram, you can see it. You can see new booking processed, monthly stays Thailand by Gold Star Group just processed the direct booking using Dtravel. Revenue earned will be used to buy back TRVL. That's part of the tokenomics. That's part of the plan that's being implemented. Look, this is another one. Unwind escapes just process the direct booking using Dtravel. Revenue will be earned to use buy back Dtravel. Unwind escapes. Which one's this one? I can't read it. Anfitrios de Aluguel. Where is that? Let's have a look. Oh, it's in Portuguese. Ooh. Translate it. It's cheaper. I think it's in Brazil, huh? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's in Brazil. Thought so. Really cheap. So yeah, so we've put in a high on a daily time frame here again, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying. We are under resistance. We are consolidating underneath resistance. That doesn't change. That hasn't changed. Yeah, but we are consolidating. This is all consolidation. It's just looking really bullish because the dips are being bought. You know, you've got people now after that fetch announcement, all of the Dtravel kind of community and all the kind of hardcore Dtravel OGs, they've been buying. We've all been buying, haven't we? We're just dollar cost averaging in. We don't need anyone to tell us to buy. We know. Yeah. But what's happened is that we've had a few like really bullish announcements, and now people are trying to buy without pushing the price up. That's what's happening. And we're getting this bullish consolidation where we've had the kind of impulsive moves 1 2 3 4 5, and rather than going like usually you think maybe we get a zigzag all the way down here because people like me or whoever might think about taking profit, but no, we're not taking profit. So there's no TRVL to be sold. No one's selling. No one's actually selling. I'm not selling. And in fact, we're buying. We're all buying. We're buying. And so what's happening here is that every single dip is being bought, and that has got everything to do with Bitcoin. Yeah. And so as Bitcoin starts to pull back, people are looking at that as an opportunity to buy more TRVL, and especially after the fetch news. And so this is a really low market cap when you compare it to fetch. Fetch is like $3.5 billion. We're only $13 million. And now that we're kind of started to integrate into their ecosystem, and actually it's quite interesting because there's an important, I'll probably finish before then because there's this they've got an AMA, don't they? today. I think it's today. What time is it? I put a reminder. I don't know where it is though. Where would I find it? I think it's today at 2 or 2:30. Oh, there it is. Reminder set. 2 UK time. So in 1.5 hours, there's an AMA. So we're going to watch that. We're going to listen to that. And that's going to bring, again, that's going to, let's see. But I think, again, I think this is just bullish consolidation after we've had our first move. And we have to see, I want to see when the next impulse begins. Maybe it's going to happen. It'd be like this. It'd be really bullish if the next impulse is like this. It'd be crazy. Like, none of this is impulsive. It's impulsive buying, but it's not the impulsive move that I'm expecting. I'm expecting something more like green, 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 green. So yeah, so the big news I think is that that high that we put in has effectively, it's changed our weekly market structure to bullish, and that's a confirmation for me. And this line here is the lower low. So as long as, and how much lower is that? So we'd have to lose 15% value against Bitcoin to put in a lower low. But there's no change here unless we do this on a weekly time frame. So that would be a change back to bearish. Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is now confirmed bullish. And what we need to see now is just continuation. It will probably continue with a buy up like that. Like I'm looking for a strong explosive candle taking us at the very least to the point of control back into the value area. And then whatever happens, I'd like to see the price back in the value area. That would be a sign of strength for me, getting back into the value area. And then because you're in bullish market structure, you're just looking to buy the dips, sell the highs, buy the dips, sell the highs. And that trend has to continue. We just continue that trend through the course of the bull market if we can. All right, so that's TRVL. Badger is shot off, so that's fine. He had to go to work. All right, what else do I want to? Yeah, I was looking at Bitcoin actually before I got distracted. Not in a bad way. So we've had a rejection from the highs. Yesterday we were looking at the charts together. We're kind of here. I spotted some bearish divergences here, and the price sold off. It came all the way down into my levels, maybe even lower. Had a little bounce, but it looked quite bearish, didn't it? Now what we're experiencing, which I like to experience, is bullish divergence. Yeah. So what we're experiencing now on the local time frame is lower CVD and higher lows, and we've got a nice liquidation bubble here. You see that liquidation bubble? That's kind of what you want to see. You want to see that to become bullish. So lower CVD means that the buyers are absorbing the price, and anyone who's selling is getting absorbed by buyers at limit, and so it's being sold, the price being sold, but it's getting absorbed. And so now you see the price is trying to get back above the daily open. It's come back above the VWAP. I mean, I'm feeling a little bit bullish today, even though yesterday I was feeling a little bit bearish. Today I'm feeling bullish, certainly more bullish than yesterday. Let's just have a look at the price action yesterday and all my levels that I had. Look, I had this value area, and look what happened. It went through these levels like they were Swiss cheese. It had a little reaction. That's where people exited if they were trying to catch it. It came down all the way to the value area low of this range. Front run the golden pocket. Look at that. Bounce right back up, and now we're getting a little bit of bullish divergence here. Okay, so let me just update this volume area here. The point of control has actually shifted down a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. God, I have to refresh this because for some reason my charts don't like it. Let's have a look again. That was yesterday. See that? The point of control is there. And as I update the value area, it's moved down here. So we're just underneath the point of control in the value area though. And to become bullish here, we just have to reclaim the point of control, really. I'm seeing a little bit of bullish divergence on the CVD. And so I don't see why we can't get back up. And that's kind of what you want to see. You want to go right back up. And this is the test. The test here is there enough volume? So let me just get rid of these single prints. It went through those single prints, huh? These MParks, get rid of those. What's that one? That was another single print. You see, it kind of it found support. Here at that second single, it went through it, but that's where it initially found a little bit of support and filled those single prints all the way down to the value area low. And now we're seeing a little bit of bullish divergence. Took out the low here for a swing failure trade, and what you want to see now, and then you've got this overall point of control. So it's kind of come back and to test this overall point of control. And this point of control is really important. What we want to see is we want to see the price get back up and then take out that high. It has to take out that high. So whatever happens now, we have to take out that high. It has to take out the high. This is going to be the test. So it's going to be really crucial in the next day or maybe 2 days or so, because if the price comes back up and you get a rejection from like the golden pocket higher up, I mean, it's going to be weird to go up and reject there, because then you've reclaimed the point of control. You're back above this point of control. It's going to be weird. I don't think that's going to be that. It will look bearish if we reject and come back down for sure. That would be a change of market structure. But I don't think it's going to look weird to do that. For me, it's more likely that we just continue going down. If we're going to go down, we should really go down. But I see that there's bullish divergence now, so I'm not 100%. Do we go down and just lose it, and then that would be bearish? I think that would be really bearish if that happened. But I'm not seeing that yet. Right now I see that we're getting a little bit of bullish absorption here, and maybe what's going to happen is we're going to attack the highs one more time, and then what we need is to take out that high. We need that. It's really important. Yeah, we do need that. Let me have a look at the higher time frame candles. So yesterday we had a really bearish candle. It's like a bullish and bearish engulfing. Closed underneath this daily level. We're holding we're kind of holding this pivot support, point of control, barely holding it. So this is a really important place, and we have to take out that high. We have to continue. Effectively what we need to do is take out this high here, and it really needs to happen now. And what you want to see now is that high taken. And even if you, I don't mind if we reverse here and go down, but ideally you want to take out that high to go down for a higher high. then we can go down and put in a higher low to start the bull market. That's kind of like, we do need to take out that high. It's really important. That's if you get a rejection. That would be a rejection off that high, but at least it would be a higher high. It means there's enough market demand to buy at higher prices, and then you need to see a higher low and a higher high. And that's one way that this could play out. Or if you take out the high, you could squeeze through, and you'd have a different kind of structure where you've squeezed through and you're looking for a higher low to back test for continuation. So there's two ways that this can play out with a higher high. But I think right now, what would be terrible in this circumstance is some kind of local kind of 4-hour time frame structure change. You can see on the 4-hour time frame we've already put in a lower low there. And so what you don't want to see now is to go up, struggle, and then come down. That would be really bearish. And it even looks bearish, doesn't it? It's like a head and shoulders pattern taking out the neckline. So we're still kind of in this range. We're still here, and we have to see what happens. All right. I wanted to go back to the index to have a look at those images that I was looking earlier. Where are they? There they are. So I was looking at these images. I just want to have a look at them in a little bit more depth while I drink my tea. I got these off X. No idea if they're any good. I understand what he's done. Oh, smart guy. I like it. He's marked out the low to the halving low with a trend line on the log scale. So let me mark these out. Let me just figure out when the Bitcoin halvings were. I'm just looking at my other screen. Hold on. November the 22nd. Oh, he's marked them here. November 22nd. No, 28th. November 28th. Is he using the weekly time frame? I can't tell. No, it looks like monthly time frame. Right. Let's just mark these out. November the 28th, 2012. That's there. That's the first halving. See that? That lines up there. That's there. The next one is July the 9th, 2016. He's got the line on the wrong candle here. Okay, it doesn't matter, but he's got the line on the wrong candle. Might have to go to the weekly time frame to see if his idea is correct. And then May the 11th, 2020. Again, he's got it on the wrong candle. That's why I like to check these things to see to see what people have done. April the 20th. He's literally got the halvings on the wrong candles. I don't know why. All of them are on the wrong candles. Apart from... yeah, they're all one candle early. Okay. Then he's taken the low. And he's drawn a line to the halving. And he's called at the top, but he hasn't done it to the one. He's done it to the candle one after the halving. He's created his own system, huh? There. Yeah. Have to zoom in. No, it's not working. This is one before the halving. What the hell? I literally have no idea how this guy's has created this line, but it's wrong. He's somehow lined it with the top. All right, I think this guy's talking shit. Like, honestly, I can't make my charts match his graph. From the low to the top for the high, the low to the high. From this low to the high. Right. Let me try and ignore that guy's graph and go to the volume. Low to the high there. That's better. Look at that. Tap, break, under, over. Okay. This is better here. Honestly, I think this chart is shit. So there's a lot of issues with this chart. Firstly, he's put the halving dates on the wrong candles. Secondly, all these lines are just made up. There's no way to know. Like, he's literally just taking it from the pivot low here, and sometimes they're at the pivot low, sometimes they're not. Literally, this guy's made this up. So you have to be careful with these idiots. we make shit up. Like, this is not analysis. This is just like opium. This is hopium. There is a slight pattern though. You can see the diminishing returns from these lows to these pivots, yeah. And you could arguably also, basically, you could arguably take this pivot here to that high there. You know, you could say, look, it's kind of diminishing, isn't it? And what does that mean? It means that this next one will diminish too. However high it gets, it's going to diminish. That's fine. You're going to have some kind of repetitive pattern. We don't really know what the angle is. We know that it's lower and lower and lower, but that makes perfect sense because this is a log chart. So even if you go up less to there, you're still going up quite a lot, like 200,000, whatever, 150, 200,000. It just on this chart, it's not going to be, because it's a log chart, it's kind of rounding like this. It's not kind of going up like that. But anyway, this guy, like, I've just kind of proven that this guy, who is he, the Titan of crypto, is a fucking idiot because he's made this up. Like, I've literally just proven it. So when you see shit like this, you've got to check. That for me, none of that. This isn't analysis. This is just making pretty lines on the chart and getting people bullish for no reason. I do like the halving lines, you know, this is nice. Halving. You can see that the price is going up. So what we haven't experienced after this halving is the price to go up. We haven't experienced the increase in price, have we? Like, if you look at every halving level, yeah, this is quite interesting. So I just want to kind of put this is, for me, this is more interesting, yeah. And I don't actually, let me just bring this fucking chart back. Does he have the original halving? Probably not. He doesn't even have the original, the Genesis halving. So why not? I can get that. That happened on the 3rd on January 2009. It's not even here. 2000. This is October. And it launched at what? It launched at 0.01, wasn't it? Whatever. I don't know. Can't really tell from this. So anyway, so ignore that. What you can tell from this is that from each halving, the price goes up to the next halving. In this circumstance, it goes up 5,463%. This is 1,300%. This is 743%. You see that? So that's really what I'm interested in. That's, for me, that's more interesting. And I know you'd almost have to, that's the regression. From there to there, to halving to halving. That's the, these are not variables. These are actual dates which we know. So when's the next one? $2028. It says around 2020. What the hell is this? I found this April 2028. That's better. I need dates. I don't need guesses. There it is. That's the next halving. Okay. So we've never gone down. It's always gone up. So this is actually a good place to buy Bitcoin, even though there's a lot of people, there's a lot of fear telling people, oh no, be careful, wait for the dip, whatever. It's always gone up from the beginning. And let me just write these down. Okay, so they're going to be guesstimates from, how would I do this? To the high or to the halving, halving to halving, halving to halving, halving to high. I'm going to write this down in a little spreadsheet actually. Spreadsheet. I'm doing my other screen. So to the high, 10,000. Let's just say 10,400%. And then to the halving, 5,600%. And the next one, it went from the halving to the high, it went 3,000%. These are guesses, right? These are just guesstimates, not like doing it exactly accurately, just roughly. And to the halving, 1,300. To the high, that's 670, 650. And to the halving, 600. It's really interesting. These are quite similar, huh? So very similar from the high to the high and to the halving. They're very similar. So we do have some interesting information already. 2012. That's basically what it is. 2012. It's 2016. High halving, and then the other one is high halving. It's obviously diminishing, like it's going from 10,000 to 3,000 to 650, and it's a lot lesser. It's like a third. Is that a third? No, it's less than a third. So I mean, it's tricky because if you go less than a third of 650, you're only going up 100, 200%. And then this is diminishing as well. These are kind of, yeah, can't really tell. I don't really know, but I do know that we're not going crazy. But in terms of price, it might actually be crazy, yeah? I can't tell. It's a calculator. Have a look. Yeah. Don't know. I don't know. I think his data is just rubbish. I can't make anything of what he posted. All right, let's have a look at these other things. So this guy is saying So he's used actual, he's actually used a linear chart. So let me use a linear chart. Oh God, I've lost my charts. Where we go? Go back. I've lost it. Oh, we went to minuses, huh? Minus. Oh my God. Right, I don't know what I did, but oh, I see what I did. There it is. There's the chart there. That's a linear chart. It's sometimes good to look at linear charts there because obviously last year it looked really bullish to buy here, huh? Look at that. Yeah, it was a really good place to buy. All right, so this is quite interesting actually. I do find this quite this is the most interesting one so far, this linear chart, because he's effectively got these, he's kind of connected these two pivots somehow to the last one. Don't know how he's done it on the line chart, so he hasn't done it on the candles. He's ignored the second one. He's done it on the first one. Yeah, he has actually got candles, but they're a different color. Why is this misbehaving? There we go. Oh, I hate linear. So let's just bring it to the first one. No, the second one. Yeah, the second one. He's taking the tops, top to top, and he's looking for the next top. And his time horizon is December. He's looking at December. He's looking at like this December, like 2 months time. He's looking to hit that. So for some reason that goes like that. And he's saying, it's going to expand again, isn't it? 97 to 100k, just based on this. This one would be better. I mean, it's a bit higher than what he's saying. I don't like it. I don't like this chart, to be honest with you. I think it's shit. I think what this guy's done is shit, personally. So there's two things I've seen on Twitter, on X, that makes me think, what the hell are these people doing? They've made this up. This does look bullish. It looks bullish when you kind of make it smaller, but then you need a kind of like an expansive parabola here to confirm it with a distribution pattern. Like we're gonna need green, like a few months of green to make this complete. But now that I'm on this chart, let me use this speed resistance fan. Amazing. It's beautiful. This is the best thing I've seen. Flip that. From low to high. And you've got some speed resistance fans on this higher time frame, which seem to be reacting quite nicely. The 7.5 here, and then there, look at that. Which pivot do you take? That one or that one? Oh, that's a nice one too. Look, that's a beautiful one too. You almost have to take both of them off the two different pivots. Using this COVID low. Which low do you take? The COVID low? Or the one further back? This one. This COVID low one is the one. And then you can take two pivots. This is amazing. Look, this is the most amazing one. Because look, because I've got it, I've taken from the COVID low to the last bull market all-time high using the regular chart, and what you can see is that the 886 held the price. Look at that. It's absolutely unbelievable. Look at this. This is so amazing. It's incredible. on this speed resistance fan, and that was the low. See that? The 886 on this speed resistance fan. We were there for a few weeks and then it just went up. And as we're going up, it had to flip this 7.5 into support, which it did. And now we're struggling over the 618. See that? 618? It's struggling, and there's a resistance point there. That's actually when you resisted and dropped. And now we're kind of in between, but we still have to get back above that 618. I think once we get back above that 618, guess where we're going to the next one? Probably. Just looking at this, there was support. This was an area of resistance and support. That was support. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this because this is actually really interesting in terms of our destination. I mean, if we are going up there in December, by the end of December, he's right. But it won't be because of his crappy line. It'll be because of this. It'll be somewhere around 96, 97, 98 at the 50%. And then the next level is going up to 125 in the same time frame. And then the absolute outside line in the same time frame, even by the end of 25, you're looking at 220, 200. You're not, I mean, I find it hard to imagine that we break through these lines, but the fastest move is going to be here, isn't it? The biggest gap is there. Once we break, if we are able to break up. This is quite interesting. I think this is really interesting. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this. The 618 is really important. If you flip that, then we're pushing up. That's really when the bull run really begins. The parabolic, I mean. So I'll keep that. And then actually what I want to do now, because now that I'm on this chart, let me see if I can do one from much lower down. It's hard because you have to use the normal chart, and which pivot do you take? It's always a question of which pivot do you take. That one. Yeah, 100. If we go up by the day December, let's go a bit lower. I still prefer the one that I did before, the first one, because of the way the 886 reacted. This one. This is the best one. Right, got that. And then let me just go back to what I do. I do like to look at my GAN lines as well. Back on the log scale. And let's use the same pivot now. Let's use the same pivot because that seemed to work. Let's see what this is saying. Yeah, look at that. That's perfect. Perfect touch there. 3-1. This one's an interesting one because a 2-1 on this GAN in the same kind of expansive move here would take us to the I think this is the correct one because you're using the exact same pivots as the speed fan. You're taking from the COVID low to the all-time high as your reference points. I can see here there was the reaction here. This 3-1 was a bit messier, but here it held, lost it, and it held. So it's disrespected it twice, but actually before it went up, it respected it twice. And so potentially we are looking to go all the way back up to that one. So this is another interesting one we've got to keep an eye on. That would be it. I think that would be the extent of this expansive move. Let me see the time frames on that. By December, you'll max out at 250, but even by next year, you're not going to go up. No, you are actually. It goes up quite considerably if it tries to go up again. So this is an interesting one. Does that work in previous bull markets? That's the real question, to see if there was a reference point, if that reference point worked in the previous market. Let me hide that. Which pivots do we take? Low to high. Low to high. So in the previous market, do you see it went up to the 2-1? The 2-1. And it found support on the 3-1. It went up to the 2-1, found support on the 3-1. Let's see if this is the same. Found support. We're finding support on the 3-1 now. You see that here? So in the last bull market, you do a GAN fan from this pivot low to the previous pivot high. We went all the way back down to the 3-1, found support. That was a COVID low. And it went all the way up to the 2-1. That's where you kind of found resistance. That was the move, wasn't it? That was the big move from the 3 to the 2. And I'm wondering if we have the same experience here. We're now finding support on the 3-1. Okay, we came underneath it. We've kind of tried to go above it. This is the support. And now I'm wondering if we go up to the 2-1, that will be it. It's a one. I'm just wondering. I don't know. That would be the same repetition as before, but it seems quite a large distance. We have to see. And keep those two for reference. And then obviously we've got our channels as well. These higher time frame channels. All right. Ultimately, we'll be counting waves is the way to do it. That's the best way. What else? What other images did I have? Let me try and find them. Copy and paste. No idea where they are. Oh my god, I've lost my images. Where did they go? There they are. Right, so let me have a look at these other images. So we've debunked two. Two images of shit. Which ones were those? This one's shit. So I'll just take it off. And this one was shit too. Look how many lights it's got. Rubbish. I'll debunk those, I think. Need to find a really good one. This one I have no idea. It looks good though. It looks really good. No one really knows if this is true or not. I don't know how to draw regression channels like that. I have no idea how to do that. Now, this one's interesting. He's done it based on 50s, 50, 50, 50, 500, 5,000, 50K, 500K. Each time the price that's 500. What's 500? I don't know why he's done 500. Has he done it based on halvings? That's interesting. I mean, in my mind, these are getting smaller, aren't they? They're getting smaller, they're not getting bigger. So I wonder how much smaller. How would I do this? Yeah. Oh fuck, that's 1.618. Let me try that again. .618. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Let's see the next one, huh? I'm really curious about this, actually. .618. This is higher than 1.618. It's 1.618 actually. Oh my god, there's something going on here. I can't explain it. I'm not sure, but this is interesting. What's interesting is that the blue lines are the halvings. The white lines are where the price was, where the price was at the halving. Actually, this is slightly higher. There. And just what's interesting is that this line here, here's the halving, price of the halving. The 1.618 was where it landed. Huh? Look, see? From here to there. That's the 1.618 there. That's really interesting, isn't it? But it doesn't correspond here, so I don't know. But I do like these ratios. The ratios are obviously in play. So let's try something else completely different. Go to a higher time frame now. Look at that. 1.618. Basically, I think 1.618. I mean, that's kind of where you're targeting, isn't it? It's always 1.618. I see that 1.618 is a really important target for the price. Apart from here. In the early days. Forget the early days and just focus on this price action. This went further. This went to the 2. And 1.618 flipped to support. This was the 1.618. Look. So it went from the 2 to the 1.618. Maybe to the 1 then, huh? If it's diminishing. In this circumstance, we are at the 1. Okay. 618, 618. $100 is the one in this one. 100. 100. I mean, 100 is really the target, I think. 100. Based on these ratios. We have to see. What's that going to look like? I don't know. It's tricky. It's a tricky one because I think a lot of people are calling for really high prices. That would be the same as before. I just don't see it. I just can't see it. I see a lot of Fibonacci resistance, like 195k. I see a lot of resistance. 1, 2, 3. We had a crazy free wave here, you know, and right now our three wave hasn't been that crazy. This free wave went 1500%. This three wave has only gone 190%. It's a really shit free wave, to be honest with you. Usually one of the waves are the most expensive, so maybe we are looking for a really crazy 5 wave. That's 100, that's 160. Maybe we are looking for a crazy 5 wave, but it really would have to go into the high numbers. All right. There's too much Bitcoin charting, but I mean, those graphs are, a lot of the things you find on X are a bit rubbish. You kind of have to analyze it. Oh, TRVL's pulled back. A bit of selling here. Let's have a look. What's going on? Hey mate, how's it going? Just here, just kind of looking at the charts. Looking at this low volume selling in TRVL. Shit, that's big selling. Someone's really sold into that. All right, it's KuCoin. Someone sold on KuCoin. 171,000 tokens, down 5%. It's a good opportunity to buy the dip potentially. Let's have a look at this. So I think the weekly on the KuCoin on the Bitcoin chart made a higher high here, but this would be really bad if it goes from a higher high straight into a lower low. So I'm guessing Bitcoin is weak. Look, someone's just sold into Bitcoin on KuCoin. Look at that. That's really where the volumes come. CMX, no. Gate, that was Gate. KuCoin 171. Let's see them Bitcoin. KuCoin. Bybit 6,000. So the selling has been on KuCoin right now. Someone just market sold 171,000 TRVL. Just filled all that buying gap all the way up from 42, 43 down to 38. Still bullish. Still bullish. These are the opportunities to buy these red candles. If people are looking to buy, these are the places to buy. So as long as we just keep market structure bullish, it's okay. Sell the highs, buy the lows. Bitcoin looked like it was bullish, and look, it's just dropped in the last hour. Why did it look like it was bullish? I saw that there was some bullish CVD, and there still is, as long as we don't take out the low here. It looks bullish here at the moment. CVD is going down, the price, the lows and the price is going are increasing. Have a little bit of a sell-off here. That's a short entering. There's a longs closing. Rejection. Oh, so that's what happened. So you lost the D open, the daily open, and the VWAP, and then someone just closed their longs, just closed. So they were looking for continuation. It didn't happen. As soon as you reclaimed and then they lost it, a clean loss, they just dumped. And then here you've got some shorts opening, but it does look like it's being absorbed. But on the local time frame, you've got a little bit of kind of bearish market structure. So that's kind of what's happening at the moment. When you look at the charts, we're seeing that Bitcoin is kind of forming this descending wedge of sorts, trying to find support, but it's not really it's not really working. Yeah, it's kind of messing around the point of control. You have to wait for New York to open. TRVL is pulled back. The rest of the tokens are pretty average. They're like green and red. So it looks like TRVL is just pulled back because of one person, like low liquidity sell. Oh, Portal, yeah. I'll have a look at Portal now because I've already done TRVL. Let's have a look. $50 market cap, 18 million volume. Binance has most of the volume on spot. Perpetuals is twice the amount, so it's 12 million on perpetuals. Relatively new token, February the 29th. This is spot. This is perpetuals. Okay, so spot launched. So basically this launched at the same time. It's just that spot started from here, whereas derivatives just started at the top. So it's just been going down. It looks okay, huh? It's quite a deep correction. It looks okay because you're kind of somewhere in the middle. Yeah, pretty much. They're pretty much doing the same thing on. Look, pretty much. Just use the spot. Just use the spot chart. What other markets are they on? Didn't have a look. Bybit futures. That's the perpetuals, isn't it? Oh, it's on Bybit spot as well. That's good. I use Bybit. It's always good to look at tokens which you can actually buy. Let me just label these off so I can keep it. Yeah, it's a little bounce off the value area low there, isn't it? Just clean that up. And then just straightforward big pull from bottom to top. Yeah, look at that. That's nice. Holding the golden pocket and the point of control. Like some heavy accumulation happening at this area, isn't there? That's what it looks like. Accumulation. That's what you're experiencing right now. Heavy accumulation. Some descending prices, descending volume. So after the launch, the price is just being reaccumulated. This is reaccumulation. That's what you're experiencing now. There's nothing really more to say. Bitcoin needs to go up. If Bitcoin goes up, this is going to pump, and it will pump quite nicely because you flip the value area high into support, and you could go 5 waves into price discovery quite quickly, and that will be your target really. The pivot high there, that's your target. It's a really straightforward trade. It's like 1,300% just to get to the pivot high there. I have to get some. That's nice. Little trend line break. And a bit of back test on the break. And there's a little bit of a bearish flag formed here. A little bit. So that's just something to bear in mind. A little bit of a bearish flag, still in bearish market structure. Lower highs, lower lows. That was the lower low, and after we had that little dip, we're in a little bit of a bearish pattern here. But it is holding the point of control at the moment, and it is in the range, and it's holding the golden pocket at the moment. So I think it's trying to form some kind of accumulation range, and maybe the beginning of a Wyckoff with the AR, and you like to do these things. So it's definitely possible. What you've done. It's quite a large invalidation, huh? If that's your invalidation, it's quite large. I don't like that invalidation, to be honest with you. If you're actually trading it and you want an invalidation, that you need a better entry. So look at this Wyckoff accumulation again. PS. Let's just do it, huh? Let's just pretend it's Wyckoff, huh? Text. Yes, then. Yes, yeah. SC. It's at the moment following it very nicely, yeah. PS. Oh, the PS should be much higher. This whole thing's a PS. It's just food for thought. So you're looking for another ST here. I just made that up. I have no idea, to be honest with you. But why am I thinking this? Well, because even though it's creating a range here. I mean, I think it's largely to do with Bitcoin. That's the problem. Like if Bitcoin goes up now, this will probably go up, and it'll be something different. But if Bitcoin just continues to go sideways, but this doesn't make any sense either, because you're talking about a higher time frame. So the reality is no. Maybe this is higher up. I don't know. Maybe it's the other format. I think that's more likely, yeah. Just all of this is just something, and then you've got this kind of LPS. This just kind of goes sideways until you have a real SOS here. It's kind of just does this, and then you finally get your SOS, and then you're looking at I do think it needs a little bit more time at this range. That's my really that's my big thought. I mean, the moving averages are flat. Except this one isn't. Look, this weekly, what is that? The weekly 20 moving average isn't flat. Look, it's quite steep. So you have this kind of weekly downward momentum on the weekly time frame. I think that needs to kind of flatten out a little bit. Otherwise, even if you do go up, you're going to get a little bit of rubber band first to kind of flatten out that moving average. Or you need a massive sign of strength. You just need like crazy volume to just take the price up. This is the right area, but I do feel like it needs to accumulate a little bit more. And also it really depends on Bitcoin. Bitcoin is looking a little bit weak since that bearish div yesterday morning. It's been looking a little bit weak, and look, that's having a real, I mean, this is for Bitcoin, this is a good place because it's the V-shaped test, isn't it? That's the V, that's the test. So I had two ideas of what could happen. One would be a like crazy buyout. I think things would have been different if Bitcoin would have taken out that pivot, which it didn't. And I think that's fundamentally the biggest issue here. It looks like a lower high, and you kind of need it to be bearish before it can become bullish. But honestly, if this starts now going down, it's becoming too bearish now. yeah, and then you're actually looking to do that more, aren't you? You're actually looking to go down. So I think we need to hold the price here. Like, this is the point. Look, this is where we were at Bitcoin before. Again, this looks like a V here. We lost it, and it just went down, and then just went down again until it kind of took the lows here and then went back up. And so you're back above this pivot here. And I think if this wants to go up, this will go, this will hold. Yeah. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't want to go up. It's really that simple. If it wants to go up, this area will hold. It doesn't matter that it's underneath the point of control just today for a little bit, but it does matter that this area, there's a little kind of SR flip here. And if we start losing this local range, I think a lot of altcoins are going to start falling back. They just will. It's quite unusual because you're still getting big inflows into BTC on the ETFs and the price of Bitcoin's going down. It's really weird. So I can't really read into that too much. What's crypto market cap? Crypto market cap, is it going down? Yeah, that's going down too. How much is it down from the peak here? 3%. It's just waves, it's just waves. So we're obviously not ready for the impulsive kind of crazy move. That's obvious. That's what I'm seeing. I don't think we're ready yet. So I think with this, it's just some kind of, probably a Wyckoff accumulation. Probably. I think that's my best guess. And probably it's that other schematic without the spring. And excuse me. This is some kind of PS here. AR. SC. Again, the ST is lower, isn't it? You have the SB. I don't know, maybe it's like this. But then this has to be prolonged. It doesn't work with the schematic. So, like, who knows really? But it does look like accumulation. That's my thoughts. I don't really have anything to say. Because it's a new token, you just have to see what happens. It's at the point of control, but that doesn't really mean anything because this is a brand new point of control. So it's just volume being put here. And then when you look at the volume, it's not like crazy high. It's just continuous volume. It's just like accumulation. It's a cumulative volume. And so obviously I think these fibs are really important. We're holding the golden pocket. And in this context, if you go up there, that would be like a nice sign of strength. I think most traders would actually prefer it to go up and buy to the next one or to the value area high than to try and catch it here. Or a swing failure would be an easy entry. That, like, I think your invalidation is probably a little bit too wide in my opinion if you're trading it. This is kind of what you're looking for. A really tight entry on the sign of at the edge of the range here would be better. Right into the value area low one more time, take the low, and then back above the point of control. Or a move like that, and a flip, or kind of back down and then up. But either way, you're looking for this. You're looking for a precondition. So you have invalidations. You also have validations. Yeah. And so a lot of people talk about invalidations. They don't talk about validations. What needs to happen first? In this context, you want to see that the point of control is offering support. You see that? Then you have an invalidation, yeah? But in this context, you want to see the right price rise up, take out that pivot, that'll be a higher high. And then if you lose that, then you're looking for a back test, or you flip that on the way up. And so you potentially have, you're buying higher. That's the problem with those kind of trades. So it's definitely better to lose and reclaim. You know, TRVL is doing a thing now, an AMA on Fetch. I wonder. Hey, RH, how's it going? I wonder if we should watch it. Let's have a look. There it is. Is this going to be laggy? They're talking?
Alrighty.
There it is.
Everything should have been resolved, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the short delay. Alrighty, Maria, let's invite you and Dtravel as speakers again.
Probably listen to this, huh?
Be a little bit glitchy at times, and it's often the case that we need to troubleshoot these right at the start. So hopefully this feature ends up being improved.
Oh, can you hear me?
Might listen to this.
I can hear you loud and clear, perfectly.
I think take a break, take like a half-an-hour break, and I'm gonna watch this.
We can hear you loud and clear. Yeah.
But I mean, there's no point listening to it through my stream and then.
You are perfectly audible, Maria.
Is there? You watch listen to it from my stream.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
You get feedback. That's the problem.
Great. Bit of a technical setup. So yeah, let's see if we can get our host.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you, James, loud and clear.
We can. Great.
Alrighty, allow me to extend a slight apology to everyone who joined in. It's often the case that we need to troubleshoot a little bit of the audio side.
This is terrible. I think I'm going to have to watch it later.
Manager and developer advocate at Fetch AI, and I'd love to present Maria Minarikova, who is our business developer lead, and James from the Dtravel team. If you're new to Fetch AI, perhaps you're someone from the Dtravel ecosystem. Let me just give you the kind of short TLDR on Fetch AI. We make open source software that allows developers to make agent-based systems, AI agents as they're called. This is a subset of the broader field of artificial intelligence. And Dtravel have recently integrated one of our agents in the context of travel booking accommodations. And they've also joined the Fetch AI Foundation, a foundation which alongside them has partners such as GameSwift, Bosch, and C4 Energy. I'd love to throw the ball over to your court, Maria, so you can lead into a little bit of an introduction about yourself, and then we'll allow James and the Dtravel team to kind of give a more formal introduction of themselves to the Fetch AI community.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Nico. So I'm the director of business development at Fetch AI. I have been with Fetch, from the beginning. It's been a very interesting ride, and it's becoming even more so in a good way, though. As we are, looking to finally have the deployments.
Oh, she must be loaded, huh? She's been in it from the beginning.
in the industrial use cases. We have set up the Fetch AI Foundation with Bosch last year, and we have started to welcome additional industrial partners, enterprises, and so on, larger, smaller. And so we now have with us Dtravel as well. And that really fits well in the ethos of the foundation, and also what Fetch AI is trying to do really is working on building this ecosystem of people, companies that are leveraging the agents, AI agents, and these new technologies, and are really able to incorporate them into their product services, and then enabling the agents to connect to each other and communicate, negotiate, transact, and so on. And so I'm very happy to welcome Dtravel into the ecosystem and have them on the call with us today.
Hey everyone, my name is James. I'm the head of marketing at Dtravel. Our CEO, Cynthia, would have loved to be here today, but unfortunately she wasn't able to make it, so you'll have just me today. First off, just want to thank Maria, Alex, and Nico, and the entire Fetch team for having us. We're very excited about joining the Fetch Foundation and the impact we can have on the travel industry. We're also very excited about the agent we've integrated and look forward to continuing to push updates to it. Just a quick background. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with Dtravel and what we do, just give you a brief overview. So at its core, Dtravel is a peer-to-peer vacation rental ecosystem. You can think of, probably the easiest way to think of Dtravel is like a decentralized Airbnb, whereby property managers and owners get rewarded for creating on-chain listings.
All right, I think
and travelers can use
I'm
Dtravel
quite
to
bored already.
search the
I'm
network
quite bored.
and find
I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna listen to it later. I don't know what to say. I think they need to get me to do this shit because I don't know. I don't necessarily like the sound of my own voice, but it doesn't feel like we're having a conversation. All right. Yeah, so Portal, it looks like an accumulation range. I think a lot has got to do with Bitcoin, honestly. Like this is so difficult. If let's say Bitcoin drops, this is going to drop, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem. That is the problem. What do you think? Oh, let me just look for something. 1 second. Maybe I should put that back on. I don't know. Were you guys listening? I need to listen to it again. Like I need to skim through it. I always find AMAs quite boring. Hold on a second. Just doing something. Just doing something with my brother. I just have to do this. I don't want to go offline now. I've got a bit of time. I just need to do this. You sound great. Do I sound great? I don't know. Well, I think it's, I don't know. We have to see. I kind of want to go back and listen, but I don't want to bore you guys because I find it quite boring, but I do put myself in a lot of pain sometimes. Oh, I've lost it now again. Here, let's try it again. I have to mute myself if I listen though.
agents.
Thank you. And Maria, I'd love to ask, what do you think about Dtravel joining the foundation, given the fact that they
This
seem
is
to be
interesting.
on a kind of a in a challenging position to compete with existing incumbents? And do you believe there's merit in believing that technological innovation would allow for both a massive increase in and the breaking down of these siloed systems, as well as a massive increase in overall user experience when it comes to booking anything, a hotel, a conference room, a full-on holiday.
Absolutely, and I think this is the right right partner for the foundation, because I think what they're bringing is really this new vertical of travel industry, and the various actors that are that are available within that industry and their ecosystem, and I think what these new technology agent-based technologies are really giving is the power to these these new stakeholders, whether they represent large company like Bosch or smaller companies like Dtravel, or in the individual the individual companies providing the services in the travel industry. I think it's through these new decentralized AI agents and blockchain technologies that we can actually bring that additional and competitiveness to the system, to the ecosystem. So I think that's actually perfect, and perhaps sometimes it's easier if you're a smaller company. It's easier to adapt these technologies rather than if you already have established processes and systems. So I think this is a perfect entrance, and also I'm looking forward to Dtravel to lead the vertical of travel industry within the foundation. So I think that's great. But if you think this is really bringing benefits to all, if you have a vehicle that has an agent and can directly, let's say I'm traveling through Europe, and my car can directly book my travel experience, my hotel. Let's say I'm driving overnight, and it's happened to me actually. So I was looking for a hotel, and you don't have, you're either driving or you should stop and then look for hotels and so on. But in a way, when we have these agents, when we'll have the agents enabled, the vehicles, machines, other things can all connect together through the agents, and can book you that travel experience on your behalf. So I'm super excited, and as James said, this is just the first, the beginning of the collaboration and of the expansion of the agents into the travel industry.
I like that, the beginning.
Cross-pollinating.
I like it when she said the
other
beginning.
industries. So I'm super excited.
James, I'd love to ask, I tend to book quite a lot of travels back and forth through various countries, and the process right now is the following. I would log into some aggregator like Airbnb and Booking.com. I'd spend an hour searching for an optimal accommodation, and a lot of the times I'd get bombarded with ads. Sometimes I won't even find what I'm looking for. How would the agent-based integration that you've kind of set up transform this process? What are the main benefits for users?
Yeah. So, this problem that we first solved for, we're essentially the first agent we've integrated into the Fetch marketplace is really solving for the traveler experience. So even though we're already thinking about building for vacation rental operators, we decided to first focus on travelers. At the end of the day, the more on-chain bookings we can drive, the more value there is for the Dtravel ecosystem. And so this problem that we were solving, that you're kind of describing now, I mean, this is a problem that's close to me and probably many others at Dtravel and on this call. I mean, I myself have been living as a digital nomad for the last couple of years, and a large amount of my time is spent researching where to stay and what to book. You tend to spend hours reading Reddit threads and blogs, mapping flights, everything else before you're looking for accommodation. And what we're trying to do with Dtravel AI and the agent that we've added to Fetch Marketplace is eliminate all these steps. So we do have a robust product roadmap, so there'll be continuous updates, but the real intention here is to be able to save travelers time and money. So by understanding a traveler's unique history and preferences, the agent can really eliminate the research phase of travel planning and ultimately be able to find stays that match a traveler's needs, that both match a traveler's needs and that can be booked peer-to-peer at the best possible rate. So, I mean, like right now, we're doing this by having the agent match inputs with on-chain listing data. And our goal is to bring more of this data on-chain, especially from the traveler side, to improve to improve this experience.
Thank you. Thank you. And leading into the following question, I'd love to understand, given that you're the first travel company to join the foundation, what specific expertise or resources do you bring to the foundation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, our team and advisors are made up of industry experts in travel in general, vacation rental specifically, Web3 and AI. So we have I'd say we have a healthy mix of team members who've been at large crypto projects, some AI startups, and then everything to more traditional travel and tech companies like VRBO, Vacasa, Google. And so the Fetch Foundation, is very aligned with our own vision, which is to empower ownership in travel. And we believe that we'll be able to bring our own industry-specific expertise in travel to the foundation and really be able to foster innovation through this collective research and collaboration.
Perfect. And Maria, I'd love to ask, you've spent a considerable amount of time kind of researching companies that are able to innovate in the space. And I'd love to ask, what did you see in Dtravel? Why do you believe that they'll be able to kind of push through this increasingly competitive vertical and truly drive value both for the traveler as well as for the owner?
Yeah, no, I see a very capable team who is really eager to experience and experiment with and
You see that capable team? I like
with the
that
new technology.
capable
So
team.
we have been working together for several months. It's not something new. And over this time, we see their dedication to really empowering the users, the community, and so on. So I think it's a really good match. With the ethos of the foundation, really of exploring these technologies and bringing them to life. So it's not just talking; they're actually working on it. They're really working with the technologies, trying to figure out how it best can fit their use case and their system, their ecosystem, and then we are also looking at how it can enhance the other ecosystem partners. So how. When we have vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, then vehicle to travel communication. So this is all represented by agents. So I'm really happy with our collaboration so far, and look forward to the next steps and how they're building on top of what's been started.
Thank you. And I see that the focal point of this integration is to give power back into the hands of travelers. I'd love to ask you, James, in your opinion, how will an AI agent empower a traveler? Beyond kind of the trivial benefits, is there kind of a more concrete, specific, and highly impactful value add that people would simply kind of be attracted to? So beyond the personalization and kind of cutting through the ads, what would agents truly kind of solve for a traveler?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a bit of feedbacks from someone. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about a few things. So I think there's the real unique factor of what we're aiming to do here, having the agent really be able to uncover stays that can be booked at the best possible rate. And I think that's quite unique in what we're doing, that the agent is really trained to only recommend stays that can be booked directly with property owners. And maybe just to, I think if I understood your question correctly, I think one of the other important aspects are, like, I don't know about you, but I have a significant amount of trip history on platforms like Airbnb and Booking.com, as well as with airlines. Unfortunately, all of this data is very fragmented and siloed across these various platforms, right? And so we're working on providing ways for travelers to be able to tokenize this data so that they can provide agents like Dtravel AI or any other agent within the Fetch marketplace or travel vertical of the Fetch marketplace with access to really improve their overall experience. And then, since this data can be very valuable, we also see an opportunity where maybe travelers could even monetize this data by sharing it with third parties should they choose to do so.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd love to just give a little bit of an additional context, which is that, agents can connect to any model, and the value add of AI models is that they're incredibly efficient within data-rich environments. Whenever you're booking anything, that by default is a data-rich environment, especially if you're a user who has a little bit of a larger scope. And so when making these trade-offs, maybe you're looking for budgeting an option that falls within your budget, or maybe you're looking for something to maximize for excitement, or maybe you're looking for a lot of novelty. I think that AI agents would kind of drastically outperform out of any travel agency or human in their ability to provide you with the best vacation experience with the least effort. And I can really envision a future where you simply prompt the agent to discover something incredibly impactful, maybe for a family, maybe for a business. And so, in that context, leveraging AI to cut through kind of a noisy and very competitive travel landscape and really seek out the best opportunity seems to be like the major value add. Coupled with the fact that travelers are now getting the best bang for their buck, so to say, while leveraging decentralized infrastructure, while also deciding whether they'd like to either use their data in an additional manner or simply cut that off entirely, right? There's no need to accept cookies, and there's certainly no need to, let's say, there's no need to.
I wish we'd turn his TV off.
There's no need to try and figure out whether somebody is using your data in the back end to optimize their pricing model. You're simply getting the price that the host has relative to your budget. And so in that case, I'll pause here. And I'd love to lead into one of our, let's say, more foundational questions. What ethical considerations are involved when you're leveraging AI and blockchain technology for both travel data as well as for the travel experience? It's often the case that our industry tends to rely on technical innovation and relegates ethics to the side, but I'd love to see whether there's a meaningful impact on that front as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a number of ethical and privacy-related concerns that we need to factor in when building. Even with the Night Protocol, we're bringing vacation rental booking data on chain, and a lot of this data can be public, but there are certain aspects that should be kept private. Of course, the guest name, for example, or maybe even the full address of the stay, right? And so there are ways to encrypt this data so that only the owner's private keys can provide access, or whoever should be having access to that data can sign access. And then, or even using zero knowledge proofs, AI agents could potentially verify that, if need be, the accuracy of private data without putting the owner of that data at risk. So even though we may be building with new technologies, I think it's a lot of the same sort of rules apply, and I think with making sure that we remain compliant with privacy laws across the world. But I think we almost have more tools to our disposal to really provide participants or users with more control over their experience and their personal data.
Maria, I'd love to bounce that question. Yep, go ahead,
yeah,
please.
I was just going to say, if I may add, it's actually one of our Fetch AI Foundation value goals is really empowering data sovereignty in this rapidly evolving digital landscape. So, this is one of our key goals that we want to achieve with these new technologies that will enable us to do that. On one hand, to connect all the various data silos, but really to empower data holders, so owners of the data, to only share what they can or what they would like to, or and be in full control over that. So and if possible, also monetize that. So really supporting Dtravel and in their mission, and looking forward to, like I said, the next steps. This is the beginning. of the development, using the agent technology, connecting it to the ecosystem, and then I'm really looking forward to how the ecosystem evolves, how their use case evolves, how we can connect to their agent and agents in the future as well.
I'd love to also extend that with a very practical point. In my opinion, travel data has always been very private. It's very sensitive data. It's akin to someone knowing where you live. And what I've noticed from aggregators in major websites is that while they comply through GDPR and have, let's say, encryption practices in place, that data still makes to the wild because at the end of the day, they can sell it and profit from that. And it's not exactly clear the extent to which that happens across every company, but it does. And I'm incredibly hopeful that from an ethical perspective, we can simply give people the tools to decide whether they'd like somebody to work with their travel data or not. And if you tend to be a private person, then a solution like that should fit you properly while removing any sort of ethical consideration. I'd love to pause here on the ethics question. It's a bit of a never-ending topic, and pivot to an additional question, which is, as Dtravel leads the developments of data standards within the FetchAI Foundation, what are the challenges, opportunities that you anticipate in setting industry-wide best practices for AI adoption in travel? This is a little bit of a new vector, and standardization doesn't really exist. So I'd love to kind of hear your thoughts on that specific developmental path.
I mean, I would say that the lack of standardization in the travel industry is an opportunity in itself. It is a problem that the industry as a whole not only faces, but they spend a significant amount of money maintaining as a result. And if you take the vacation rental industry as an example, every solution uses like a mishmash of data, data names, and require unique APIs. And this is a problem that we're very optimistic about being able to prove that there is a better way. And we see blockchain as being able to do that, and then using AI technology on top of that. So the way to do this that we feel is to start by onboarding industry incumbents, or one or two in the legacy travel, and those that believe in the vision and believe of the opportunity that Web3 tech can bring, and then working with them to design a more open and permissionless system. I think the cost savings alone provide many opportunities, not to mention new revenue streams that could attract both traditional companies and new upstarts.
Thank you. And I actually see the strategy, in my opinion, resonates highly because it's not obvious whether a lot of the existing incumbents would like to experiment. A lot of the major hotels and hotel chains and travel agencies have their own systems in place. And I agree that they're largely siloed, which really you can't really have a global network wherein a user can actively access the entire planet. And so I think that standardization on that front with kind of a forward-leaning company would truly set an unprecedented example, especially when we're leveraging these technologies in the background. Because at the end of the day, this is about improving the travel experience. It's not just an innovation kind of pursuit. I'd love to kind of pivot to one of our last questions, which is, what are the next steps for Dtravel? You've integrated this agent, and it's kind of capable of personalization. In part, it's also autonomous. And I'd love to ask, how do you see the end user experience being changed and improved as a consequence of introducing AI-powered features into the travel ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. So Dtravel is really a two-sided network. We've built the infrastructure for vacation rental operators to bring their business on chain, market their business, create their own listings or direct booking site that they have operational sovereignty over, and then attract guests who are looking for stays that they can book peer-to-peer. And what we've built so far on the AI side is really focused on providing travelers with a better way to plan their trip and discover these stays, discover stays they can book directly with owners. So it's really feeding into the demand side of the network. while still really empowering the traveler with complete control over their experience. And since on-chain bookings are directly correlated to the value of the Dtravel network, we're hyper focused on continuing to improve this agent over time, because we think that it's going to make a meaningful impact on the network as a whole. We're also extremely interested in building an AI specifically to support the businesses of vacation rental operators. And this has actually been requested many times by both existing users and then those who are new to Dtravel. So they've seen some of the content that we put out about sort of the traveler focused agent, and they are asking if this is something they can use for their business. So that's already a really good sign. And there are many different roads that we can go down with more of an operator focused agent. So it's something that we'll be focusing on very soon, I think. And our work with AI agents really just all comes back to our mission of creating a rewarding travel, creating a more of a rewarding experience, and empowering all participants with ownership and travel. So that's kind of the North Star for us.
I actually adore your focus on operators as well. In my opinion, operators have largely been sponged off of in many ways because middlemen, such as existing data aggregators, tend to extract the most value from them. And an agent that can help an operator organize and comfortably kind of accommodate everyone relative to the capacity of kind of their accommodation. So maybe people offer a single room for two people, but maybe some operators offer a full-on hotel or a set of suites or a set of villas. And so in that context, the higher the capacity you provide to the network, the higher the need to automate these processes and ensure that kind of everyone's comfort and overall enjoyment is maximized, but also that kind of from a profit perspective, you're also maximized, right? That's effectively the win condition, making sure that your user is as happy as it gets while you're also as happy as it gets from a business point of view. And in that context, having an agent that organizes or books or schedules or kind of provides failovers or manages kind of your queues would, in my opinion, provide a major value add for operators on the network. And it will also drastically improve the booking experience because agents can really communicate with other agents, and as opposed to a human having to scour through the internet to find a hotel or booking, he can simply ask his agent, which acts as a form of personal assistant, to find the best booking and ensure that kind of the administrative side is set and done. So I'll pause here. In my opinion, you're onto kind of something very grand, mostly because travel is kind of incredibly competitive, and with globalization rising as a consequence of kind of countries and unions knitting themselves back together, the need for travel would drastically expand.
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, I think you're like the opportunities are endless. I mean, you mentioned the agent-to-agent transactions. You could, really have an agent where you authorize a spending limit, and an agent could not only plan your trip, but then maybe contact the stay, negotiate a rate, and complete a booking on your behalf. Or in the case of, unforeseen circumstances, an agent maybe tapped into a weather oracle could notify you that there may be a risk of natural disaster at your next destination, already have a mitigation plan in place. So I think there's, we could probably go down the list, but there's just so many different ways that we could integrate this technology and improve the experience for both sides of the network.
But from an operator perspective, you have that as well. Imagine you have a set of 10 listings spread across the planet. Your agent can notify you if one of those listings is receiving abnormal amounts of interest. And if you're able to hook it into kind of additional data sources, that agent would then be able to kind of tell you, why is it that this specific location is garnering so much interest? Is it due to a local holiday? Is it the weather? Is it cultural? Like, why is one of these or a set of these kind of accommodations outperforming the rest? And so there's an actionable intelligence aspect here for operators that is both seamless as well as incredibly useful, because it can serve to guide the forward development of their business.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even increasing the conversion rate of a particular listing or booking, welcoming guests when they arrive at a stay. I mean, I could see an agent video, even in a video agent, describing, a message sent to the guest and describing exactly everything that, and personalized as well, and describing the stay and everything they need to know about the particular stay. And yeah, endless possibilities.
An agent-based reputation system will also do wonders, both for kind of hosts as well as for travelers. So I agree. It's agent-based systems are very ubiquitous, and you can set them up as autonomous services where they kind of operate in limited capacity. But you can also chain them together to produce these incredibly exorbitant agent-based systems. And so, in that context, the value is only mediated by the limits of your imagination. It's a bit poetic, and maybe it has a little bit of a grand kind of sound to it, but it is the truth. I'd love to pause here. We're a little bit over time, but I'd love to kind of ask you, James and Maria, are you open to a 5 or 10 minute session with the community? I'm sure people have questions, and it'd be a pleasure to hear them.
You have any questions? Anyone?
Yeah, I can stay, but only for just a little bit. So, yeah, if we can take maybe 1 or 2 questions, mainly for James, I would say. But yeah, happy to do that. If James, if you're available for a few more minutes.
Yeah, I have to hop in, and I could probably stay for another 2 minutes.
All right, then
Okay, so
one question.
Just one question.
Let's go ahead and see who's going to raise their hands first. Ladies and gentlemen, you can simply request to speak, and I'll invite you, and you'll be able to forward your question to James or Maria. Alrighty then. I'm not seeing a sea of hands, so I'll give it a few more seconds. And in the meantime, I'd love to recap that kind of the purpose of this space is to introduce both kind of the travel community and the FetchAI community to a specific innovation within the travel sector. Travel was incredibly competitive, and agents help both the user and the operator by facilitating the search and discovery process and ensuring that kind of operators are able to work at optimal capacity while users are able to get the maximum engagement and satisfaction. We seem to have one question. Dennis, go ahead. A fast one, please, as we're kind of approaching the end of our scheduled spaces.
Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for these spaces. I think it's very interesting, very exciting. And I am traveling at the moment. I came to Austria, to Salzburg, and I just went to Dtravel website and tried to do the same thing, look something in Salzburg, and there are no listings at the moment. So my question is, how long do you think it would take? Like if you could envision your timeline, 12, 18, 24 months until we reach a point where it would be just as easy to book destination in any location, not limited to, bigger places. I understand it's a question of, scaling it, but that's my question. How long do you think until we could match the big aggregators?
That's a great question. I think it depends. Obviously, I would want that to happen tomorrow, but it's going to take some time. And this is one of the ways that we're solving this, or that we look at this ecosystem growing, is that currently many of the listings on the network have been created using the infrastructure that we've built, and we feel that this is a potential friction point. There are thousands, hundreds of thousands of vacation rental operators who already have the infrastructure necessary to accept direct bookings, and we just need to have them adopt the Night protocol. And so there's a number of different ways, without getting into the weeds, to do that. And so that's kind of how we see being able to really accelerate supply growth of the network. That's at least one strategy. But until then, one of our focuses would be to, over the next couple months, is to really focus on specific regions where we feel there are travelers who exist who want to be able to book with crypto and maybe fit that more digital nomad sort of profile that we think you know, our ecosystem really attracts. So maybe that was a lengthy kind of jumbled up answer, but that's the Night protocol is really one of the major ways that we feel like we can scale very quickly.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, James. Thank you, Maria. I'd personally love to see a travel card developed by you where we can use crypto to just pay on and off for various accommodations. I think that's really going to bootstrap kind of the demand aspect of the network, the user aspect of the network. But I'll pause here. James, it's been an honor to meet you. It's been an honor to host the spaces. Maria, thank you as well. And Dennis, thank you for that kind of thought-provoking question. Hopefully we'll have a lot of these in the future. I'd love to see you guys joining us whenever you feel like you've kind of crossed a significant milestone or have reached a kind of specific developmental goal. And thank you everyone who tuned in. This would conclude our most recent Spaces session. Have a great week.
Great. Thank you, Nico. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, James and Nico. Thanks. Bye.
I mean, it was quite interesting. It was a little bit boring. I find these AMAs a little bit boring, a bit too technical, you know, for me. I'm a chart guy, but when it comes to development, it's a little bit technical. I mean, I'm actually quite interested because Bitcoin's looking quite weak at the moment. It's looking quite weak. We've fallen underneath this, the top of this wedge. That was strong. This is weak. We've got a 618, which we've fallen underneath and we're rejecting from. And the only, basically, as far as I can tell, the last line of defense here is going to be the top of this pivot. Otherwise, it looks like we want to go down. Let me just kind of mark this. Yeah, I actually think like we should go up because my fib time has us for tomorrow on these pivots or not. Have a look. 1 to 2, 1 to 2. One to 2. These could be low. These could be low. That's basically where we're at. Shit. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on here. It's starting to look bearish, unfortunately. That's the pivot. That's the SR flip. SR flip here. Let's just keep it simple. There's the SR flip. There. I really feel like it should go up, huh? And take out that high, and it hasn't done it. There you go. That's your test. Just happened now. It's happening now. Yeah. So I think we have to hold here. This is really important. This is like a critical level. Shit. This is really crazy. If we lose this, then this is just going down, I think. And actually what you need here is you need to find support. Need to find support here. Let's have a look at the rest of the market. Oh, that everything's pulling back, huh? Swede's pulling back. WIF is pulling back. The whole market's pulling back now. So let's have a look at dominance. It's starting to go up. DXY is going up still. ETH BTC. Pax Gold is going up. BTC is going down to gold. Oh, SPX gap down. It's looking quite bearish, isn't it? Gold is up. Gold is just pumping, isn't it? Look, gold is pumping. I mean, gold has to go up a little bit more and then it's into resistance. Yeah. We're not far from gold being into resistance. Be a 1 to 2 on that move. So this is the dip. This is a bit of a dip, but no one really knows how far it's going to pull back. We have to see. Look at Quanex. Quanex is bullish. Finally supporting the point of control. All right. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to take a little break. I'll leave the stream running, and then I'm going to come back and do my free tokens that I was going to look at. Let's see what time it is. It's getting late as well. 2, still at 3. I've been streaming for a long time, but kind of been chatting. Don't really have anything to do. This guy's saying, "Warning, Bitcoin is trapping you." You got. This is funny. I love it when people do shit like that. Warning, Bitcoin is trapping you. Where is he? This guy, Carl the Moon.
Don't look like a ghost. You don't look like a ghost that's never seen the sun in Dubai. You know, I think you're looking good.
I think I've sent you the studio, guys. I got lights everywhere, but because basically what happened was yesterday we did a stream with Carl and CryptoKid, and CryptoKid didn't have enough light, so I went into a quest to a bunch of stores to find more lights, and I think now we have it. But let me know in the comments if you like it before. And of course, as you know, we go live every single day, Monday to Friday, so you have to slap up the like, subscribe to the channel, because from live every single day, Monday, but let me know in the comments. Right. So I went into a quest to a bunch of stores to find.
Not really interesting. All right. Anyway, we're in a really important place here. It's looking bearish, but this has to hold down. This SR flip has to hold, and we'll see what happens. And the test here is going to be losing this mini value area and this SR flip, and then flipping this value area into resistance. And the good thing is you have some levels. That's from all the way down there. Let me use this pivot actually. It's a tricky one. It's looking really bearish, but getting massive bullish divergence here. And so that's really important. Look at that bullish divergence. So if that gets invalidated and we put a lower low, then it's just bearish. It's just really bearish because there's just not enough liquidity to hold the price up. But at the moment, it's look at these shorts are entering. Shorts. Lots of shorts are entering at this support level. See that? So we've got quite strong bearish divergence here. A lot of shorts entering. All right, so what's interesting is I'm going to go and I'm going to take a little break. Back in like 20 minutes. Oh, Neon's entered your buy zone. You're still here, huh? I thought I was alone. It's just you and me. Where are you based? You're not based in UK, are you? Where is Neon? Oh, you're in UK. Whereabouts are you? You chart well, huh? South by the seaside, like nice south by the seaside. That's the best part of the UK. London is crap. London's shit. You chart well, huh? You've learned well. Okay, so it's coming into your zone, this high volume node. You need a reaction, huh? You need a little bit of a reaction. If you're trading this, there's two ways to do it. You wait for the reaction, or you just scale in with a pretty wide invalidation, and you would have to scale in. Shit, where did it go? Have a little bit of a wide validation. $271. Oh, that's a really wide invalidation. I think that's quite wide. Honestly, I would if I was trading, I wouldn't have a wide invalidation that wide. But I mean, that's really wide. That's really wide. I prefer to just have little kind of short, tiny invalidations and wait for an entry. So that's your first reaction, this high volume node. Let me just have a look at the volume, and then because you have this daily level down here, so you might get into a situation where it actually wants to come to the bottom side. The best ones are when you lose the golden pocket. This is the golden pocket. You lose it, and then you kind of you kind of flip it back. You flip it like that, and then when you take the trade, you have a really small invalidation, because if it's bullish, you don't take the reaction, you wait for the pullback. So usually what it will do is you lose the golden pocket, it'll go up to there, and then that's kind of where you're entering there, and you have a really, really tight invalidation. And if it's going to go up, it will go up, and if it's not, you'll just get stopped out. But then it's either going down or it's kind of it's like continuing, so you don't really want to be in that trade. And if it's reversing, what usually happens is the entry is the pullback after you lose the golden pocket, get back into the golden pocket, then you're looking for a higher low somewhere there, and that would be kind of what would happen. So you're looking for that first, you're looking for an invalidation. That's the way to do it, I think. Otherwise you need a swing failure, and then in this context a swing failure, and that will give you the best invalidation. So like here, you're looking to enter, you wouldn't preset, you just wait for this reaction, and as soon as you get a swing failure, you market buy. You market buy as soon as the price comes down and then up, you market buy, and you just put your invalidation here and swing failure. And the problem with that is traders take profit at 1 or 2% quite quickly, so that's when you get the kind of reaction, the pullback. And so traders who are waiting for the reaction, they'll often do it like that. But then if it's bearish, it will just kind of like continue and you'll get stopped out. So you get two types of attempts. You get the first attempt, which is swing failure. You take profit, and then the other traders will try and do a kind of a more of a swing long, but then they're looking for very small invalidations, tiny ones. Oh, but you're spot holding. 100x. Fuck me. You think it's gonna be 100x? I'm gonna get some. Why not? Do I have any money? I don't even know if I have any money. Run out. What's Solana doing? Oh, Solana's holding up quite nicely, yeah? Comparatively. Let me have a look at Solana. Solana's my bank account. Sell some Solana and buy some of this. Yeah, Solana looks okay, yeah? I think Solana is it's still looking bullish. So I think I'm going to start getting worried about Bitcoin if Solana starts to lose this pivot high. For me, that's really important, because then this is going to look bearish. If we start losing that, that's not a good sign. So I could totally start scaling in. I could sell a little bit of Solana and buy some Neon. I could totally do that. Let's scale in a little bit. Solana's looking good, though. Look, Bitcoin's kind of finding a little bit of support here. So when it comes to Bitcoin, I think it needs to look bearish to go up. But in my imagination, this pivot high is crucial. This SR flip is really important, because that would validate my idea of a V-shape back test to go up. And it's underneath the point of control, so that's not good. But the point of control will have to act as support for the price to go up in any case. If it doesn't hold, then we're going down. Where's my volume? Volume. Oh god, this is so messy. All right, so in this context, that's okay. This looks okay. This is the right place to buy, and as long as that as long as this remains bullish, we're okay. And so here, you just look at this. We're getting a lot of shorts coming in. They're getting absorbed. So as long as we don't take out this low, this whole thing remains bullish divergence. Yeah. If you take out this low, so this low is going to be 66.540. So we're close. We're not there. That didn't make a lower low. It was still a higher low. You take out that low, you've invalidated the bullish divergence because you put in a lower low on the price. Then this bearish divergence is actually leading, and these shorts were correct. They're actually they're shorting correctly. And so naturally, if the shorts run out here and they can't push the price down, they're going to get squeezed. We have to see if that happens. But I don't know, because I'm looking at SPX and it's looking quite weak. Oh no, there you go. They get a little buy up now. It gapped, that's the problem. So you've got a little bit of a resistance level there. This is lagged, by the way, lagged data by about 10 minutes, I think. How long ago did it open? Only half an hour ago. So we have a little bit of resistance on the SPX because it gapped down. Let me have a look at the DXY. Sucks, huh? Look at that. This is actually could be bearish, but we have to see. Because now we're coming into previous range, previous volume, or previous structure. And if you want to put a lower high, this is kind of where you want to put it. The last line of defense is this 886. So this is going to be really touch and go for Bitcoin, huh? Scaring a lot of people out, because if we drop, honestly, if we drop, we're going down. That's your target. I really find it difficult to think that we're dropping. Honestly, I really do. The timings are just all wrong. And when I look at the pivot highs that are created in the past here, that was one attempt and then a second attempt. See, one attempt, second attempt, one attempt, second attempt, a third attempt. It was 3 attempts, 2 attempts, 2 attempts. And then I think, unless you count these together, I almost wondered, and that's why I was kind of messing about with fib time. If tomorrow we get look, tomorrow, if tomorrow we get a push up like that, then that would actually swing failure. That would be perfect. But then that would be a higher high. And actually then you wouldn't drop. You'd be looking to come back down to go up like that, I think. If we drop, I would assume it's just wave 2 and recent 3 pushes was just a leading diagonal. Oh, you like your leading diagonals, huh? So that whole thing is just a wave. This leading diagonal. So that's just one big wave. So that was your wave 1. That's what you're saying. That whole thing's your wave 1. Yeah. So I think we're at a really critical point. If this pivot holds, it's fine. Literally, it's fine. And we had the same thing here. Look, these V shapes can be quite powerful. This is the hold on, where is it? That's your V. There. See that? So you have your neckline on the V. That's the V there. So here it actually did a V. It came back down, went up, but then it came back to test. So in the same kind of idea, could it go down, get back up for a test like that? It would be very similar to this here. Look, we're already getting a reaction here off the low. So nice. Okay, you shorted there. Well done. That's good. I'm not actually trading, but I know where the levels are. So the secret with trading is you just have to have, you only risk 1%, and the account that you use can't be a lot. It can't be like a massive account. And then you'll take trades a lot, in the correct places, and you'll just take profit and it'll be done. I think the biggest problem is that yeah, trading view alerts. The biggest problem for a lot of people is they oversize their position, and they don't execute because they're oversizing, so they're afraid of losing. And as soon as you take the trade, you have to count it as a loss. All right, this is looking okay. A little bounce. Let's have a let's see how that's looking at the rest of the market. TRVL is pulling back, huh? They didn't like that AMA. They didn't like it. I should have done it. They should get me to do shit like that. All right. Go into a higher high all the way down to a lower low. I don't know. I think because, you know, Slurf and Solana are linked in some meaningful way. And so honestly, I think if Solana pumps, Slurf is going to go like mental. That's a V-shaped recovery. Do you have Bohm? Because Bohm's got a higher market cap, doesn't it? That's why I kind of like Slurf. Look at me. Yeah, 600. Yeah. It's really nice, sir. Look at the consolidation range is really nice. It's much flatter than Slurf. Look at that. Well, I mean, honestly, I think Slurf is a good one. I really do. Just because the bigger reason why I think it is, well, I mean, I don't know. Big of Me might be good too. Let me have a look. Markets. It's already on Binance. And I think it's on it's on OKX as well. And I think really that's the most interesting thing for me with Slurf, is that if Binance wants it, they're going to have to buy it at market. And any other exchange that wants it, they're going to have to buy it at market. So if suddenly Slurf requires, if suddenly any exchange wants Slurf on their exchange, they're going to have to buy it at market. And so, you know, that's really bullish in itself. That whole idea is bullish. Oh, it's on OKX, isn't it? What's the volume? 20 million. Markets. Where's the data? I have to look at CoinGecko. Oh, there's a baby Slurf. What the hell? Hide that. $24-hour trading volume on Slurf, 21 million. It's all right, yeah? And the market cap is 96 million. It's okay. It's actually pretty, I think it's quite bullish, that is. To be honest with you, historical data, let's have a look at that. 3 months, year. So this is quite interesting. This is historical data, market cap going, let's go all the way back to when it launched. Why do I have to scroll so much? So look, it launched in March and the market cap was 306 million. And is that the volume? The volume, yeah, look at the volume. Back 148, and this is the one. Look at that volume. So it did $2.1 billion worth of volume on day 3, right? And so potentially, and I think that's really important, the liquidity is a lot. There's a potential for a large amount of liquidity on this token. You can see it. And if you see that now the volume has dropped, it's dropped, liquidity's dropped to 24 million, really low. I just like that this had really high volume to begin with. So it peaked at, what market cap did it peak at? 450 million. So we know it can get back up to 450. That's a 4x on the current market cap. But the volume, I think, is interesting. So I mean, when I look at that chart, I'm not really phased by trapped liquidity. I see descending prices, descending volume. So it's like an accumulation range. But I do honestly think that once Bitcoin starts pumping, Solana really starts pumping, then we could be like, at the very least, I wouldn't be surprised if we attack this pivot here at the high at about $1.50. I wouldn't be surprised if we do that. That would be about a 10x on the current price. And then we have to see what happens, because no one really knows what's going to happen with the US elections. I think if Trump wins, then literally we're laughing because you're just going to get some kind of massive retail craze, which could potentially push Bitcoin up to crazy numbers again. Yeah, it is possible. Just hide these. And I was kind of looking at it earlier, but what am I doing? The other way. What am I doing? It's the other way. One-to-one. It's a one-to-one. On a higher time frame, so monthly time frame. I don't see why that's not possible. And then we have to see it, because you'd want that to happen on the correct timings. So we kind of missed it, huh? We've missed the timings, to be honest with you. It should have happened already. Unless this one is over here. No, you can't reconcile it. And that's coming July. Unless it's this one here. And the one-to-one will be October, if that's your one-to-one. So we have to see. That's quite interesting, huh? Like if we could get that, it'd be quite interesting to see. Otherwise, you know, bog standard fib extension. Actually, let me just correspond those, see if there's any like connected figures. Yeah, you see, like you've got confluence here already on $1,005, $105,000. I think my strategy is just to wait for all season. I'm not like I could have been trading. I haven't really been trading, and you need to be 100% focused when you're trading, and I'm not 100% focused. I'm focused, but I'm not 100%. But again, I'm looking at BTC dominance. Yeah, so really that's, I mean, this could go up, huh? But it's not going to go up forever. It's not going to just go up forever. Eventually it will dump. And that's alt season. And that, if you correspond that to ETH BTC, so you have to correlate BTCD with ETH BTC. Those are the two. Excuse me. And kind of forget about everything else. Don't even look at the charts. The other charts. These are the two that we care about. Let me link these so we can see what they look like. So look, ETH against BTC peaked at the lows here. See that? So they're almost an inverse here. Look, it's almost an inverse. And you see how ETH pumped against BTC when it dropped here. It was here, wasn't it? So it was kind of steadily going up, and then it exploded, and that was your season. That was your alt season. So ETH against BTC had two alt seasons. That was your first one, and then you had two. You had two alt seasons. Since then, we haven't had an alt season. Oh, okay. Coinec. I'll save that. That's good. There's a lot of data here. Greed is high, which isn't good. There's a lot of data. Top 10. Nice. I'll have a look. I've saved it now, so I'll have a look at it. Yeah, so I'm kind of interested in this. This kind of, you know, when the price moves up, like, it's not really the price, but it's like BTC's like grinding up. That's all it's been doing. It's been grinding up. When we drop, we're going to drop. We're going to really drop. It's going to be fast. It's effectively, there's no liquidity as the price grinds up. Yeah, there's no support and resistance here in any of that range. It's really, there isn't. So I'm actually thinking it's going to come all the way down to here. Which candle is that? That's this candle. That would be here. That would correspond to there. See that point of control? It's kind of what I'm thinking. You'd have to get back into the value area, and this last drop now is actually quite bullish because you'll probably get like two pumps. You'll get like a pump, and then you get another pump. You get like two pumps. All the way to my target. I think that would be correct. Wherever we are, wherever we go, I think we just clear all of that volume all the way down to that last expansive green candle on the monthly time frame. That corresponds, for me, that corresponds perfectly with ETH BTC hitting the point of control here, and that's it. And then you can pack up and go home and enjoy life. And then you'll get lots of chop, and who knows what's going to happen after that, because it could just be range bound for a while again, and it could also go down. Where's this line? This one corresponds. Yeah. So you've got kind of two areas, but I think all of this is just grinding up. I think the strategy is to sell it into Bitcoin and then open a short. I mean, it's a tricky one because altcoins will do better, so you really need to short altcoins, but you have to find the weakest ones. You know, like and the most liquid ones too, because you don't want to be scam wicked before the price crashes. Yeah, you got to find the liquid ones and the weak ones, and I wouldn't go crazy. Like getting back into USDT is shorting Bitcoin effectively, and so that's what you're looking to do. But I'm not looking to trade the fluctuations. I'm looking for the big move. We'll see what happens, you know. And I'm not all in crypto either. I'm like at over 50% in fiat even now, so it's not a big deal. I'm not stressed, and the reason why is because if there is a dip with Bitcoin, if Bitcoin goes down to 44k tomorrow, I'm gonna buy that fucker. You know, I'm not gonna do it unless we hit that level. If Bitcoin tomorrow, if I wake up and we get a flash crash, like a black swan, I will buy Bitcoin at 44k or 41 or 39, wherever we hit. Take out that pivot. I'll be looking to buy that dip, and I won't be looking to catch anything in between. And I have enough cash for that, and that's like my backup strategy for accumulating in this range. Because the problem is you can go all in a range like this, and then when you get the final crash, you don't have enough fiat to be able to buy that. And actually that's what everyone is potentially waiting for, but no one knows if it's going to happen or not. And like literally no one can predict that. And so you just have to not be all in, and then you can't be greedy. And so to make a life-changing sum of money, you have to have enough value in this range for it, if it goes up, for it to be a significant enough gain. But then if you're all in and it goes down, it's just a wasted opportunity too. So you can't be greedy with that. And then I haven't got any Bitcoin now. It's just all altcoins. I don't even have ETH. So it's basically Solana and everything else. And it's basically this list at the moment. And I keep on scaling in. But the on-ramps in the UK are miserable. My Coinbase was blocked. My Revolut account was cancelled. Santander won't let me transfer. Chase don't deal with crypto. I'm like, it's really frustrating. So the only way I've been able to do it is with a credit card, and can only do small amounts, or using a money exchanger, and they charge a lot. They charge like 10%. No idea. Literally no idea. I'll show you. It's literally, this is I'll show you what they said to me. It's on my X. Let me just put it up to the right message and then I'll put it across this. Yeah. Let me see that. I know, it's amazing. As long as you buy limit and you don't buy with market, Coinbase is amazing. It was amazing, but look at their answer. Can you see this? Hey there, thank you for reaching out to us, and thank you for sharing the screenshot. What's that screenshot? Hey, look. Unfortunately, it looks like faster deposits cannot be approved for your account, and send transfers will be rejected. For security of Coinbase customers, we cannot provide security details regarding how this decision was made. Don't worry. You can use a different payment method. That's bullshit. And he says, sorry, we can't do anything, basically. You can use these ones, but it's all rubbish. I've linked it to PayPal, I've linked it to my card, and it's just not possible. And it's really weird because it's really weird because I was able to transfer a large sum of money in August and September this year, and then suddenly they stopped it. I have no idea why. I think it's because I wasn't buying on Coinbase. I was using it as an on-ramp and then transferring it somewhere else, but I can't do anything. They blocked my Coinbase. I could potentially open another account, but the problem is that I need an off-ramp. So as far as I'm aware, my on-ramp is closed, but my off-ramp is still open. And so if I need to bring money back to the UK, I can still use the Coinbase, but I am tempted to close it and reopen an account. I don't know if that breaches their terms or whatever. That's just being in the UK sucks, isn't it? That's why oh look, we had a nice reaction here, but it's still. No, traders are just buying and selling now. You see that? These are all traders. The VWAP is not offering support or resistance. The daily open is offering a little bit of resistance. We're not getting bearish CVD. We are getting bullish CVD at the moment. So using uphold. What is uphold? Let me have a look. And my Revolut was cancelled too, because Revolut, you don't have custody. You can only buy. It's basically an index. Yeah. And I don't like that either. I don't trust Revolut either. I think if you're going to buy crypto, you have to buy crypto. Using uphold. So you use uphold to buy crypto? I've never heard of this. Is it FCA approved? What does it say? Yeah, FCA. Yeah. Cheers, I'll check it out. It's an app, huh? All right. Let's see if that works. I mean, it'll work for a while before I get blocked or something, but I have to check it out and see. Withdraw crypto as cash from any ATM. That's interesting. But can you buy crypto? Pay safer and faster with Apple Pay. Tangina, but I've got a Trezor now. I'm not gonna get another hardware wallet. Right, I wanted to do some analysis, but I've been on for such a long time. My arse is it's feeling cramped. I do want to come back and analyze. I want to go and get some lunch. Oh, okay, so with Trezor, it's really interesting. So with Trezor, what you have to do is you have to get a MetaMask and then use your Trezor wallet to sign the MetaMask. So you're actually putting the tokens in the MetaMask, and you're using you can only withdraw them with the Trezor. So it won't let you send or receive or interact with any of the apps without the Trezor. Does that make sense? So you have a MetaMask, and then under your MetaMask you can add a hardware wallet. You can add as many as you want. So with a Trezor you can add 1,000 wallets if you want, and you have like 1,000 or whatever, 10 or 50 or whatever MetaMask wallets all in your MetaMask app. And then every single one, apart from the main MetaMask one you don't use, that's just your MetaMask with its own secret key. Then you have a whole list of wallets underneath, and there'll be Trezor signed MetaMask wallets. And so the only way to access them will be with your Trezor. That's how you do it. And then you can have whatever. You could be on Base chain, whatever MetaMask supports. Yeah, you should try it. Just try it out. So what you do, I can't show you because you're saying it doesn't show you on the stream. But yeah, it doesn't pop up. I'm looking at it now. It's not popping up. But basically, you just add it. So when you go to your MetaMask, you just add hardware wallet. But are you sure you can't just add it to MetaMask as a I don't know. I don't know. You can just add it, no? Add it to your MetaMask as a, how would you add it? You can add it as add the network. It says add network. I'm looking at it now. Can't you? Or Octo. Can't you add Binance on? You can add Binance. Oh yeah, it has to be EVM compatible. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I don't have Solana on my MetaMask. So you're right. Anyway, it's the Wild West, isn't it? There's so many ways people are like, I'm sure they'll figure it out. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a little break, and then I'm just going to come back and chart again because I don't really have anything to do today. So I don't mind coming back and just having a look at charts. If you can be on, then we'll chat. If not, then I'm just going to keep on streaming. Why not? Where my volume went. My volume levels. Oh, right, nice. Is that it? Oh, there it is. Right. I want to go through all my charts, you know, like I like to do that. And the more you look at charts and the more you analyze them, you know, you sometimes discover shit. All right, let me just put a text message here. Just in case you get people coming along. That's it. SR flip. Let's just have that there. Could be good, huh? Could be a good test here. I kind of like imagined that could happen on Sunday. So if we can kind of flip the point of control back into support and take out those highs, could be, yeah, it's possible. All right, be back in, say 30 minutes. BTC testing support. Zoom in a bit. We're putting lower highs. That's not good. You can see it. We need to like really get back up into the value area high now, and then flip. Otherwise, the next candle could be a nice big fat red one, and then this whole thing's going to start looking extremely bearish. All right, back in half an hour. All right, I'm back. Oh my god. It's a real fight, huh? Right, let's forget about that for a second. It's looking okay. Cake is looking okay. Slab is looking okay. DNA. Let's update these volumes. And look at that. It's kind of trying to go down. Yeah, not looks good still, huh? Still looks good. That just needs to change market structure. As long as you don't get Bitcoin selling off, you should be okay. That's the test. Fucking Bitcoin, piece of shit. That's what Bitcoin is. Oh, look at point of control. WLD has flipped this level to a point of control. It's actually quite bearish, actually. It's not good. It's kind of hit. Oh, it's in daily market structure though. Lower, lower, high, 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 low, high, high. Daily market structure on WLD. I do volume. No. Put the volume in. Just pulling back a little bit. So AVAX, let me have a look at this. I think it's quite bullish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Three, four, five. A, B, C. Actually came to the right place, just at the wrong time. Interestingly enough. Look at that. Five. It's like a 5-wave downer. Two, three. Let me see. I don't think we've impulsed yet, to be honest with you. Don't think we've impulsed here. Unless 1, 2, 3, no. No. Let's have a look at that volume here. Mm-hmm. It looks bullish, huh? It looks really bullish. Corrective, impulsive, corrective. This is the impulsive, first impulse with this correction. Then we want a second impulse to go up to higher targets. And it's quite bullish. I'm going to delete XRP because that guy gave money to Kamala Harris's campaign, Democrats. So I'm not going to do XRP ever again, ever. That's it. I've made my decision. AVE. So look at this. Yeah. I don't really like it, huh? It doesn't really look good that great. Maybe it does. I don't know. Let's have a look. It's the accumulation schematic. Well, we haven't had the markup yet. Though it looks okay. Because we found support there. Finding resistance here. We mark these. What have we got? On the pivot high, all-time high there. Fibs, so we put fibs. Point of control and the golden pocket line up. We flip this 50% into support, potentially in a new range, just here, underneath the value. So it's like consolidation underneath the value area, high. And then you have to push through to the next area. What is this? Once you get into that upper range, it's going to be really bullish. So we're consolidating above the 50% mark. This looks like an accumulation schematic here. I mean, this looks like a sign of strength, actually, potentially, yeah. So that's actually looking quite good. Okay, you get a little bit of a pullback here. It's a poor high. 2, 3. 4. You need a 5 now. You need a little 5 here, a little kind of cup and handle. This take us take us all the way up. Ooh. It's not good. Riff is not enjoying life. Let's have a look at these volume levels. All right, that's interesting. Volume area high, value area high has dropped down a little bit, and we're above it. So it's a little bit more bullish than I initially anticipated. Let me pull that high volume node up there. Two, three. So this tells me that that was the 3, 4, 5 there. That was it. Based. I'll get that trend based. Looking okay. As long as you don't fall back into the value area, it looks okay at the moment. What's that one? Looks okay. Possible. Right. Ultimately, we're in this range. So we're kind of stuck between two, kind of up above the value area high of the overall range and below the value area high of this current range. We imposed 1, ABC, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe it's hard to tell. Maybe it impulse from there. 1, ABC. One ABC, 2, 3, 1 ABC, 3, maybe. I don't like it, but you know, it's very different to this impulse here. That's why I don't like it. It's taking too long. Like when I look at impulses, I see this and I'm like, okay, why are we not impulsing in the same way? So it's hard to know until it happens. But we are expecting an impulse here. Let's have a look at Tia, Celestia. Interesting. Interesting. Let me just get these levels in. Again, it looks like an accumulation schematic in the current range. I can see a V-shaped recovery actually. Yeah. It's quite interesting. That's a V. That's 50%. Just need to take the high for continuation. So got a little bit of a high volume node slightly above us. That has to be flipped into support. Found support on the golden pocket. Rejecting off the 50%. A little bit of a volume area here. Slightly bearish. Could come back to test for one more push up to push up. It's slightly bearish at the moment. It needs to flip the value area high. What have we got? We've got this outer trend line as well. Ooh, that's interesting. And then the outer one. Needs to break that line, to be honest with you. Look at that. TM's alright. Still kind of consolidating here. Doesn't look like anything's going on. It's a nice buy up yesterday, 2 days ago, and look, it just gave back its gains. Downtrend continues. It's a shame, because I think I'm quite bullish on Ava, but no luck, no love. Let's see how it looks on. Yeah, this looks good, but it's underneath the point of control, so it doesn't look as good as it could or should. What's interesting is there's no, I don't see an impulse on this. Yeah, no, is there one? No, not really, no impulse, so it's all right. Bit of an SR flip here. It's kind of trying to flip. X. Oh look, still bullish. Trying to push above the point of control. Yeah, nothing really changes, but it looks quite bullish. It's look as green for the day. I can't complain about that. Mu is okay because it's consolidating above that previous high, isn't it? Mu. It was yesterday. They released it yesterday. Can you believe it? Look, the timing is amazing, huh? Did you get some Quanex? That was my next question. I posted this yesterday. Look, this video, this one. It says 21 hours ago, but actually it was at 6:59 p.m. October 21st. And 7:33, like half an hour later, they released it. Can't be happy, can't be upset about that, you know, like I'm saying it's bullish. And then they do something half an hour later that makes me makes it more bullish. I can't be upset about that. Honestly, I don't know if it's going to go down because no one is selling. Oh, you're using a different chart. Let's have a look at it. I think anyone's selling. You can still buy, yeah? You can still dollar cost average in. So that is a higher high if you're using this chart. Look at that wick. All right, so this gets rid of all that shit data, doesn't it? You just got to remember there's a little bit of trapped liquidity above these highs, but this might be better actually. I could just add this and use this instead and just transfer my analysis to that one. I'll do that. I won't do it now, but I'll add the chart. Yeah, I prefer it. I mean, I like squiggles, but do we have all of it? Yeah, we've got this. I mean, it's always worth contemplating. It's trickier, but I also think, look, because I do think about these things. I think about this a lot. Like even when I'm not on the charts, I'm thinking about the charts. Let's get rid of all these shitty brush strokes. Where is my EW? There. So, because I went into depth about the waves, yeah, and then I was looking at the reverse, the inverse, which was like that. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3. No, because you lose that. But I mean, could that just be a flat, like a running flat? That's your wave 1 and the big flat correction like that, and then you go into a mega wave 3. That's the one. Does it matter? I don't know. You could just ignore it and just say that's the one, I guess. But this is, for me, this looks really bullish. If it does hold that's effectively what it's done, isn't it? It looks like it. It's sometimes when you look at it in a reverse, you see it slightly differently. It's almost like perfect touch on this pivot here, almost. So that's your trend line, isn't it? That's your support line. What's that again? I can't remember. Let me just have a look at that. Go back to the other chart. It's this, isn't it? Is that it? No. It's not on the chart, is it? Because you have this kind of weird thing here. So that's unusual. This bit. Yeah. I can actually just update this now. Huh? Value area high. Area low. Rate of control. Got a little high volume node down here as well. Just some markets, we are on top of quite significant support. based on this volume area. Wait, let me just get the other shit in as well, and then I can do it. I do like this chart with that hacked info, so I'm not going to get rid of it, but where's the launch price? That's what I want. And then I want the lows and highs. I'll get that from CoinGecko. It's a gate launch price, this is. I think it's correct. I'll check it now. Do I check it? Oh, fuck you. Can't remember how I came up with that figure. Gate launch price. I did it such a long time ago. I just don't know how I came up with that figure. Let me have a look at my phone, see if I can find it. Actually, I'm looking at Gate now on my phone. 6th of January, 0.00381. It's just, it's hard to know. Get rid of it. It's pointless because I don't know how I got it, so it doesn't really matter. If I get it again, I'll put it back in, and then all-time high and low. I hope they do well, huh? Like a layer one. It'd be amazing if it goes crazy. Imagine if it went up to like $1 billion or something, or $2 billion in this market, just because it's a layer one and it's quantum resistant, whatever that means. I don't know what it means. This is so annoying. It's high. It's showing all my shit. I won't be able to make a video. You think it's risky, huh? I'll tell you something about the community is they're mental. I like him. I like him a lot. You know, when I'm Slev used to come on a lot when it first launched, but I think a lot of people gave up with Slev. And Quanex, no one gave up. They're still like passionate, and I can tell because of the reactions I get from the community. I don't have a big I don't have a big account, and they really do interact well. These Connex people. I just put the levels in for the sake of argument. I don't think the low probably doesn't really matter. It might matter for fibs. Did I do that right? Yeah. It's looking okay. It's okay, huh? It's looking okay. With a very narrow volume area here. It's looking okay. See, look with Connex. Look at that. This is yesterday, yeah. 21 retweets, 54 likes. I can't complain. I'm not complaining, yeah. So they are of all the stuff that I post, they're the most interactive, you know. Do Solana, don't even get any. No one's interested. These guys are, see, do TRVL. I don't get any likes or retweets. TRVL. I've been doing it for what, for a long time, every day. Don't get any interaction. And Quanex, they push their stuff, yeah. So I like that. I like they did do that. Gives me a little bit of confidence. I honestly think we're accumulating. This is like an accumulation schematic here of sorts. No one really knows when this is going to end, and nothing changes. I think if we take out this low, we're in trouble because it won't look good. That means this is a first. This first 5 waves is correct. Ryan B. Quanex BTC both below 21-week SMA and 20-week EMA. Interesting. Let me have a look at that. Huh? Maybe you can't. Maybe you have to ignore it. Maybe just because of the hack data. Let me have a look though. It's obviously not on TradingView. So it must be here. Hold on, there's someone at the door. I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Oh. Like it was no one, it was spam. All right, what am I looking at? Let's have a look at that. What the hell is this? How did you find this? I get that. I get that you just made it, but you've combined the BNB USD with the ETH USD, the USDT, divide that by 4, divided by BTC USDT, multiplied by 100 million? No. How many zeros are there? 3, 3. Yeah, 100 million. Divided by BTC USDT times 100 million. You must be some kind of maths professor. Really. I don't know how I would figure that out. You obviously learned that from somewhere. QuantX, BNB, USD. So what do the numbers on the right mean? 45. Is that in sats? So you're saying that one QuantX is 45 sats. Is that what that is? Can you do the same thing for TRVL? No, because you can't. Yeah, you could, couldn't you? Would I do the same thing? Divided by 4 times, divided by 4, divided by BTC. I can do that. I could do that. So the value of the chart equals the price of QuantX in Satoshi. So the value of the chart equals the price of QuantX. So one QuantX is 45 Satoshi based on this. That is amazing. What you just that's a miracle. You're a miracle worker. This is really good. Look at that. That's bullish. Well, actually, chart divided by BTC USDT times 100 million. I love it. I love it. I love that you've taught me something. I'm going to have to teach you something now. I'm going to have to show you something about charting that you don't know. I have to think hard, long and hard. All right. It's amazing. Look at that. I'm actually really impressed. All right, I'm going to color code these so I can figure this out. I'll do them pink. Actually, I should get rid of all my colors. Unflag all systems. Yeah, let's get unflag all of them. And then start afresh. Do red. All my BTC charts will be red from now on. You can add notes. How would you add notes? There it is. Let's see. Ah, okay. All right. So you can see what it says, BTC chart. All right, now that you've shown me something, I can let me just try that with TRVL and get rid of all that shit now. All of these. I'm using this one, but I do like the this chart, the Bybit one. But I mean, today the volume came from KuCoin. Getting a big pullback today, huh? Not pullback. I don't think the AMA did them any favors, to be honest with you. It was pretty poor, really. It was a poor AMA, unfortunately. High, low. We're still good. Right. This is the chart. Copy. Divided by. Copy. So actually, let me just do it like this. Copy. Is that it? Divided by 4 divided. Wow, that's amazing. So one TRVL is 56 Satoshi, and one QuantX it was 48 Satoshi. Amazing, look at that. Got a new chart to play around with. How'd you do it against ETH? What would ETH be? What would the divided by ETH USDT times what? This is actually more bullish, huh? Looking at this chart, because the point of control is in the low. You see, on this one, it's less bullish. This is the KuCoin one, huh? But this one, except this one we haven't taken out the weekly high, whereas in KuCoin we have. We'll find out, huh? You're going to find out if the volume is relevant or not. And actually, maybe I need to get rid of Bybit from this one. Not Bybit, KuCoin. And divide it by 3. And maybe that'll be better. We can have the original chart. Let's see. So if the price of this goes up to the top there, that's an 8,000% increase against Bitcoin. You see that? That's a bull run in itself, just to get back to the top of the launch price. When it closed in the first week, look where it was. So Ryan B is saying TRVL BTC is bullish because it's above the 21 weekly. So the 21 weekly, have I got these the wrong way around? This EMA is the EMA 20 or the EMA 21? Which is the one that Benjamin Cohen uses? I always confuse them. SMA 21 weekly SMA. All right, so that should be 21, and then the 20 weekly EMA. Right, doesn't really matter, does it? They're kind of the same. So yeah, that's the we haven't had a change confirmed yet. It looks like it on the KuCoin chart because you put in a higher high, but that's obviously that's a liquidity issue here. But when you look at the combined chart here, this one, it's obvious we haven't taken out the weekly high yet based on this combined chart. So we still need to take it out to confirm a weekly market structure change. But this is really nice. Dude, I really appreciate this. You've like made my life amazingly easier. And actually, I want to get rid of. I'm wondering if I should get rid of KuCoin. Honestly, I hope we hold as well, dude. I don't really care because I'm just going to buy anymore. I'm just going to keep on buying now all the way until we finally go up. I'm not trading. I'm not like going to get shaken out of this market. It's really been a difficult market, to be honest with you. No one realized it would be so painful. And so maybe the reward is going to be amazing. Who knows? It's like hard to know the future. Sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's not. But let me just get rid of this. And what's the equation for the ETH chart? Because I want to put the ETH one up as well. Let me get rid of this one. Is with KuCoin. I'll get rid of that one. I'll just keep this one. And what I really want to use this for are the fibs. So this is the fibs. The fibs are actually relevant, look, in a bizarre way. There it was, 236. It's here it was. This was an SR flip. There it was. Look, the 382. It's amazing, huh? These when you look at it like this and the ratios, they all kind of line up. But look, there's an SR flip there. Support, and then lost it. Resistance, support. So that 236 is amazing. And then here, support, 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 resistance. And that was like a real crazy pump, fake out pump. Just ignore them. That was a front run there, wasn't it? And then the golden pocket was pushed through and then it just rejected. Is that also 100 million on ETH? Let me do this notes. Is that it? you might be right about the volume. I'm not sure if the volume is relevant. So what would it look like if you don't do it without? Okay. Yeah. All right. What color was it? Red. Did I do red? Yeah, red. So 100 million gives you double digits. All right, I'm okay with that. That works. And then let me just try ETH in the same chart. All right, so let me just delete that. Just get rid of 2 zeros. Nope. Let's get rid of 1 0. How do I do this? I've done this wrong. That's better. Right. So if you get rid of the 2 zeros, so instead of 100 million, it's 1 million, and you'll get the same kind of whatever. I wouldn't be surprised if the volume does matter, because it means the volume is coming in at these levels in comparison to ETH. Like, I don't know, it's all about ratios, isn't it? And value. I don't like this though. The 50% mark is good. Look, 50% here, here. 382, not so much, but it does line up with the value area high here. And then the 236, a little bit here, maybe a little bit there, and then just kind of just faked out above and then down. Well, as soon as you lost it, did we put a lower low here as well? Yeah, we did. Lower low. Higher, lower, higher. So we've actually put in a higher high against ETH as well. Potentially changing market structure against ETH. I'm gonna have to explain people in my stream what I've done, courtesy of altcoin dreaming. I'll do ETH yellow. Which one was that one? So based on what Ryan is saying, they're bullish because they've crossed over these weekly moving averages. Yeah. So let's go to Quanex, back to Quanex. I can kind of, I'm not going to get rid of these because I'm actually laser locked on TRVL, but let's go back to Quanex because I wouldn't mind having a look at that as well properly with this new discovery. BTC is 100 million because that's how many sats there are in one BT. For ETH, you'd have to either leave it or have 100 million, 1 billion to convert it to Quay. I see what you're saying, 1 billion. Maybe I should, yeah, maybe I should do it in grey. So 1 billion. I do like just saying simple digits, but you might be right. It might be better to do it in grey. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. So I just need 3 more zeros. That would be correct because it's 1 TRVL is 14,000 whatever grey. And eventually if you get to 1 billion, then 1 TRVL equals 1 ETH. Is that how it works? That's all the way up here. It's very far away. That's up here. You'd have to literally go up 7 million% to match ETH's market cap. Highly unlikely. Like actually not going to happen ever. So let me do it like that. That's fine. I can live with that. It's better to be correct. ETH chart. All right, let me have a look at Quanex again. So this is BTC. Oh, fucking hell, look at that. That's pumping, dude. Look at that. Look at that candle, these candles. On a weekly time frame, we're already in a bullish engulfing on BTC chart. Look at that. So even though, Ryan, you're feeling, you don't think it's as bullish, this candle is really bullish. If it stays green like that, if I compare that to this one that I've just created, you see, basically this was the green candle here. Like, so you've got this green candle on TRVL that went up all the way up to that level, and then it's just kind of, so it's slightly lagged. It's like a 4-week lag on Quanex. Back above the point of control. Look at the volume here. I really like this chart, to be honest with you. I think this is crazy bullish. I'll tell you why. It looks like a harmonic to me. It's like this. It's like this, isn't it? Shit, I've done it wrong. It's like a Gartley. It's like a bullish Gartley. Of sorts. It's, but the problem here is, you know, if you go up in reverse, you're also bearish too, you know, like, so that looks quite bullish. It's like an M, isn't it? And then in reverse, the problem here is that that's bearish, but that is actually what you're looking for. That's your target, isn't it? It's like a bearish Gartley, or let me find it. Harmonics trading. Let's just pull it up. I'll find a colourful one. Harmonics crypto. I'll find something that's crypto. Oh my god, I clicked on this link and it took me somewhere else. Copy image. I didn't get this shit from CC Pool when I was with them. There's a lot of education there. All what you've just taught me. That's real education. All right. There it is. It's a crab. Not really, because that's lower. Butterfly. Not really. Not really. None of these actually. Actually, this is all wrong. So that's good to see. It's good to see that it's not a harmonic, because that pivot took it out. So that's not correct. It's none of these. But this one potentially is. I don't like it because it came down too deep. This really should be like that. Should be like there. That would be this one, isn't it? Like a little bit of a cipher. D is above the X, B is higher up. It came down a bit low, but that's kind of what it is. It's a bullish harmonic. With this kind of harmonic, you go 50% with the initial move, which would take us to the value area high. That's your first move. See, it even says 50%. Oh, wait, hold on. Sometimes it says bearish battle shark. Here, the cipher says 382, you see? So if it's bearish, it's 382. If it's bullish, bearish. This is bullish. So bullish. Battle shark. X to A. 50%. Yeah, it's not correct. It's not exactly right. Let me see if there's anything else. No, actually, it's not correct because this pivot's come up too high. So it's what I said before was better. It was like an A, B, C, D, E, A, B, C, D. That was to that pivot. That was correct. See, that was a A, B, C, D pattern, and it was quite equidistant as well. To the 1-to-1 almost. It peaked out and then it just dropped off. This is different. This is different. Let's get rid of those. Fuck, what did I do? Oh shit, why did I do that? No, it's good, it's good. It's back. So look at this one. Does this work? This other signal? Yeah, it does. Amazing. It works. I love that this other indicator works on this. Price cycle, does that work? That works too, huh? Right. Let me get the ETH chart on this as well. Do the same thing. Gonna have to do this for all my charts. Zeros, 100 million. You said billion, didn't you? Billion. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3. Yeah, 1 billion. Right. Let's go all the way down. Do the same thing. So definitely more bullish than Ether. Just more bullish than ETH. Anything's more bullish than ETH at the moment. See that? It's already above the those kind of moving averages that you wanted. Golden pocket. So reverse. See the other way around. So yeah, we are into resistance here. Look, see the 718, 786. I'm trying to get back above it from this pivot to the top there. You could argue if you just take the first one, it's right on the point of control and we're crossing it, but probably not. Probably this one actually. See what that one's like. That's slightly higher up, but the sign of strength on this on this pair would be just to kind of flip the golden pocket back into support on this move. It resisted twice, 3 times, 4 times. So that's the sign of strength. That's going to be the beginning of the next move, I think, on BTC. And what's interesting here, despite what you were saying, Ryan was saying that he thinks TRVL is stronger. I beg to differ. Based on this chart, I beg to differ. I'll tell you why. On this chart, you've got your 5 waves here. It kind of corresponds with fiat, doesn't it? One, two, some kind of whatever here. 5 wave move here against BTC, right? Kind of corresponds to the fiat. And you see here, we haven't actually put in a lower low. And it's quite interesting, huh? If according to this chart, we've actually held a higher low. Look, this is a higher low. Technically, that's a higher low. So that initial wave, that initial wave one, is not invalidated on BTC, is it? That's bullish. That's more bullish than TRVL. If this low holds, this is really important. This low here. Now you could argue it has already, like, where did the impulse begin here? I've taken it to the pivot low. Could you say that it has taken out because that was the beginning of the impulse? In that sense, you could argue, yeah, it has taken out. Look, a swing failure of that. But personally, I would take the lowest one. Personally, I would take the lowest one, and I would say that's a higher low. Because usually the impulse begins from the absolute low. That's kind of the point of reference, the absolute low of the move. So it's subjective. This is subjective. But in this context, this is a higher low. And that's kind of what you want to see. You know, when you're bullish, you want to see that. And if we could get 5 waves against BTC now and do a wave 3, fuck yeah. From the absolute low. Let's do it. Let's do an extension. I hope this low holds, huh? It looks like it could, huh? If BTC can find a little bit of strength. 1.618 is there. 618. Why don't I have my other ones? Full color. Let's do full color. Shit, I did it wrong. Let's have a look at those. Those are your extensions. So against BTC from the current price, if we can get to the 1.618, that's a 600% increase against BTC. 600%. 1.618. And then 1-to-1, we're just back at the all-time high. Yeah. Let me have a look at the ETH one. This is the one with ETH. This might be better, actually. Yeah, you see against ETH, it was more bullish. Look. I mean, this is... it's crazy, but that's a V-shaped recovery. Look, this is a V-shaped recovery. Lost the pivot high. Usually these will like hold at the 50% mark and go up. This didn't do that, but it hasn't actually put in a low. It's actually putting in a higher low here. Yeah. So against ETH, it's extremely bullish. And what Quantex needs is some ETH pairs, like liquidity wise. And what you're going to get is you're going to get people trading between ETH and Quantex, and actually they bring in a lot more liquidity rather than BTC. And BTC is still quite bullish, but ETH has been really bearish. So when ETH pumps, you want people to pump their ETH and put their ETH into these smaller tokens, and that will help these tokens to pump. But I mean, I don't make the rules. But there, look, that's the inverse. lower, lower low. It's bullish. That's the whole thing's bullish. Lower high, lower low, lower high. Let's go again. I think. And actually, I remember Atom in the last market. It was kind of, people would do this. They would ride it up, sell, let it come back down, buy, ride it up, sell, let it come back down, buy. And they just kept on doing that. It's a beautiful channel line there, look. The midpoint is a little bit messy, but a little bit, yeah, it does work. That's your target. The top of that channel is your target. It's 240% against ETH. Does that have a channel? Not really. Yeah, it does. Connex is above the 20 and 21 week. You mean the actual Connex, not this shit that I'm doing. Let's have a look. Which chart do I use now? I'm lost. I'll use this one. Yeah, it's coming above it now, yeah. Look at that. We have a really bullish week this week. I think he was talking about BTC. Here, this is the one he was talking about. I like this channel too, but not really. It's not, you can't really use the midpoint. Get rid of it. I think Connex is really bullish. Honestly, I really do. I think this high and low here is really nice to see. So it's the only green one I have. Even my beloved TRVL is is giving up some love. It's giving up some gains. Bit of selling, a little bit of panic selling going on there. That's not good. You see that? That's not good. But structure's still bullish. The problem is the volume is low, isn't it? With this token. Is that combined? Yeah. Next, KuCoin. Combined. The volume will go up when they actually, the utility is built. For fuck's sake, I wish they would just do it. Oh, I got an alert now on Neon. That was a while ago. Have a look at it. I wanted to look at Ray as well. That's the only other green one I've got. Oh my fucking god, look at that. You took that longer. High volume node, bam. No messing. You're scaling in. Those high volume nodes are off the charts. You don't mess with those. I still think it could go down though, because you get people take profit. But anyway, it's good to see a reaction. That's a reaction, isn't it? Just off the high, but didn't even hit the golden pocket. Didn't even hit this developing monthly level. Amazing. Get a little bit of a profit take now. 1 hour pump. Not pump and dump. Yeah, Ray is the Radium's token. It's called for America. What's that? From Quebec. Let me see who it is, because it might be a guest. Actually, I do want to have a look at a 690 million cap market cap. It went up. Like in the lows of the previous bull market, it was at $2.8, and now it's coming up to 2.6. It was all the way up at 20 cents. It's already a 10x from the lows. Don't have all the data. Is there a wish I had the previous, I wish I had all the data. Probably in this then. Yeah, that's it there, look. But it's not all the data, still not all the data. Probably Binance is the best one, actually, until they create an index. And it's just holding this value area nicely. Excuse me. It went up to $18 in the last market. Yeah, perfect test on the 382. 50% mark, holding to the top part of the range. Sorry about that. Sorry, coughing a lot. It's bullish. It looks bullish to me. Got 5 waves there. Value area low. Point of control. A, B, C, D, E. Got like a triangle wave. Something like that. This is bearish. Potentially. Wait a minute. No, don't like it. Don't like that either. Don't know. But it's looking bullish, but it's underneath resistance. It's back into that. It's a point of control. It's a big level here. It's the little range point of control there. It's a big. If it flips this, then oh my god, we're going all the way up to $11, $12. Did I do that properly? Yeah. Is that impulsive? No, not really. It's looking at buy up, and then it just, there's lots of buying, some market buying, and then it finally exploded. It's really bullish correction. It's like a flat correction. I don't know where the impulse began or begins. Has it started? Could have. It's possible. ABC, no, ABC. Yeah, it could have been an ABC here. ABC. Impulse, ABC. This is the third one. It started. Could have started. Potentially. Whatever. Get us all the way up to there. Right, I've got that. Just wanted to update my charts, make sure I've got everything. Blue. That didn't go as planned. This is all out of date, is it? No, it's still there. Dots. They've renamed it to pol, huh? So there was an accumulation schematic here, and then it flopped. That STB must be here then, and that's the ST. So we're a bit. I think dot's really bullish if this holds. Maybe that's the spring. And we have an ST. Yeah, ST. Do I have my image here? No. Let's have a look at it again. Wycliffe. Accumulation. Spring. ST has to be higher. That sucks. ST has to be higher. It's not right. Then that's the ST, that's the ST. And then you got the AR there. ST, no. This whole thing is wrong, huh? Fuck. CST AR spring ST spring test is here, LPS is there. The PS is somewhere here, and AR is somewhere here. I am actually really bullish on this, just because we have an impulse and we have this higher time frame accumulation pattern. It's not easy. Let's look at these. Put in a higher low here, which it is actually. It's actually put in a higher low here, here, and here. So you can't get better than that. If you don't take out that low, it's a higher low, but it's still underneath these kind of moving averages, which it needs to get above. So we're not there yet. We're definitely not there yet. And then the real point of control is moved. That's it. Great, good. What's that one? Higher volume. Points of control. Value area low. Value area high is all the way on the other side of the golden pocket. It's going to be a big resistance. $22. I mean, there's no guarantees that these are going to expand against Bitcoin again, to be honest with you. It's more likely than not that you just go up and just put in a high, lower high. Time frame and just kind of range here for 4 more years, because they're already quite high market cap, and unless there's like some systematic change in their project, I don't really see it. They'll just go up with Bitcoin, probably put a lower high, and kind of range, be like on a higher time frame range. At the moment, you're under 50% of this down move. If I take it from the pivot here to the top there, you're holding the 786, and the 50%. Look, the 50% mark is perfectly your perfect SR flip. That's basically your range. Basically, effectively, what you've got, your range is here. It's your top half. Your bottom half of the range is basically what it is. And we're holding support at the 786. It's held it very nice. It's a good place to buy. But obviously the point of control is slightly higher up. The volume here is actually quite balanced. So there's been, this for me is accumulation. This whole thing is accumulation. The whole thing's accumulation. So a little bit, not too much. I think it's one of the safer ones, just because it's quite a high market cap, and look, it is holding. It's kind of the ones I wanted to have a look at. I'm not going to make any videos because I don't really have anything interesting to say about AVAX Ray or POL or DOT, whatever. Mark it off those. So wait, I'm trying to sort my charts out. I'm really bullish on this one. Quanex. It's gone sideways. I can see this breaking out, really doing crazy numbers. Just like that. See what Bitcoin's doing. Oh God, I lost my chart here, didn't I? Let me get it back. To do it like this. Oh, I've got it. I don't know where it's gone. Is that it? Just change it to blue. Chop central. Let's have a look at the order flow. Yeah, it's just going up and down. There was bullish divergence before. Nothing now. No bullish, no bearish. It's just kind of going side to side. Not really interesting, actually. All right, I think I'm going to end, actually. I'm kind of exhausted now. I've become exhausted. I've exhausted myself out. Solana's looking good. Solana's looking pretty good. And therefore, SLEF is probably looking good too. This Quanex is on fire. Amazing. Amazing. I'm amazed by Quanex. Came back to the point of control, back test and buy up. So you got people buying. Oh, you got people buying that shit. Amazing. Should buy some more. I'll have to wait. Alright. I'm going to come off stream and we'll chat tomorrow. If you're and thanks for spending the whole day with me. Anyone who's there? Ryan, Altcoin Dreaming. We'll see you tomorrow.